Okay. This is the public session to hear public comment before closed session. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates.
Present.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Presente.
Councilmember Johnson.
I'm here. Sorry my camera's off. I'm driving home, but I'll be there soon with my camera on.
Okay. Vice Mayor Martinez. Yes, absent. Councilmember McLaughlin.
Here.
Councilmember Willis.
Here.
And Mayor Butt.
Here. Would you read the closed session agenda items, please?
The council will discuss the following items during closed session: liability claims, 221B, 225, 229, and 235 Tunnel Avenue, 12200 San Pablo Avenue, in conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives, Jackie Gross and Anil Camelo, employee organizations, SEIU 1021, full-time unit and part-time unit, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level management unit and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. Under conference with real property negotiators, the property is at 1324 Canal Boulevard, General Warehouse, Port of Richmond. Agency negotiator, Alan Woken. Negotiating parties, Richmond Grown. Under negotiation is the price and terms of payment. Under conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Sprawl Death et al. Versus City of Richmond, the Giddyville Rancheria of California et al. Versus the United States of America et al. North Coast Rivers Alliance et al. Point Melody Alliance et al. Versus City of Richmond. Under conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, there are 3 cases. And we do have speakers.
Okay, tonight's closed session speakers are Ben Terrio, John Varga, and Gregory Everett, excuse me. Please be prepared to unmute yourself when your name is called. Ben Terrio, you may begin.
Thank you. Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. I'm calling tonight to speak on behalf of the closed session, labor negotiation meeting, etc. It has been 50 days, 50 days, since city staff or contracted staff has met with the POA to continue labor negotiations. That is on the city's end, not on our end. If the contract negotiators cannot get direction, they cannot do their job. And it appears to us that somewhere along the line, someone is holding up that process, or somebody is holding up that process. If we don't get some resolution on this and move these negotiations forward, we're going to have problems. We already have huge staffing issues in the police department. That I'm pretty sure is well known. And if it's not, well, then I guess we will spend all summer talking about it, because there's clearly not any type of action being taken. If we don't do something, this city's not going to have a police department within a year. It's not bluster. That's not, alarmist. People are going to leave. This council needs to do something. It needs to give direction on some things to do so that we can actually have negotiations. 50 days is ridiculous. We're trying to get things done to prevent people from leaving, because people are leaving and people are planning to leave if nothing is done. So we want to keep the good policing services that we have here in this city, but unfortunately on the city's end, that is not being taken care of. We trust our labor negotiator on the city's end, Jack Hughes. He's an honest broker, but we think that there's something going on behind him, either as city attorney, contract city attorney, or somebody else, or this body. I don't know what it is, but something needs to change, or you guys are going to have a crisis of public safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is John Varga. John, you may begin.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, members of the City Council. I'm speaking today regarding C2 conference with labor negotiators, and I'm speaking to you this evening. It's my great pleasure to be speaking with you on behalf of the hardworking members of IFPTE Local 21 in both of our chapters. Specifically, I am speaking to you regarding our members' great interest in seeing the holiday of Juneteenth being recognized in the city of Richmond. As you well know, 1 year ago, President Biden made Juneteenth a national holiday, and it's a day in which we remember the terrible sin of slavery and celebrate the day in which the last enslaved Americans were freed from bondage. It's a day that we remember the toll of slavery in our country, as well as an opportunity to recommit ourselves to the work of equity, equality, and justice. However, unfortunately, in the city of Richmond, that day is not a city holiday yet, and we urge you to make it one. It's time for the city of Richmond to show leadership and honor on this date. It means so much to many residents and specifically to our members. We need council to place this agenda on making Juneteenth an official city holiday on its next council agenda in order to move quickly so as to honor Juneteenth this year. I appreciate your time and consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker is Gregory Everett. You may begin. Gregory, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
You guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Gregory Everett, 25-year employee, also president of SEIU Local 1021. I'm just backing up with John. Again, urging that the council put on the next agenda for Juneteenth to be made a citywide holiday. You know, it like he said, it has been a year since President Biden has made this official holiday, and other local cities around us, such as San Pablo and El Cerrito, and the city of San Jose and San Francisco, have also made this a city pay holiday for their employees. So again, we do urge you to, on the next council meeting's agenda, to please consider of making Juneteenth a city holiday. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Henry. Henry, you may begin. Henry, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Henry Powell. I'm a 11-year employee, permanent for the city of Richmond. I'm a lead worker in the marina. And I want to back up what my colleagues are saying about the President Biden making Juneteenth a national holiday. And I urge the council to put this on the next agenda so we can move forward where we being recognized, the city recognizing us as a national holiday, along with these other cities. That's to say.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Okay, thank you. If nothing else, we are now adjourned to closed session. There we go. Okay, we have a quorum. Are you ready, Madam Clerk?
Yes, I am.
Okay, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates. Councilmember Bates. Is absent. Councilmember Jimenez.
Presente.
Councilmember Johnson.
Here.
Vice Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Here.
Councilmember Willis.
Here.
Mayor Butt.
Here.
And let me just check, is Councilmember Bates, is he on yet? Okay.
Okay, would you roll the public comment instructional video, please?
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Urgency Measure Assembly Bill 361, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and KCRT.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom en conformidad con las provisiones de la medida de urgencia del gobernador de la Ley de la Asamblea 361, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar *9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la Secretaría Municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la Ciudad de Richmond.
Okay, the next item is statement of conflict of interest. Does anyone have a conflict of interest? I don't see any. The next item is design review. Agenda review. Staff has asked me to reverse the order of the 3 budget items. So instead of going R1, R2, R3, we're going to go R3, R2, R1. Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did want to move some items up after the consent calendar. Q1, that's because we have a youth presenter and they stayed all night at our last meeting, so wanted to make sure that they got done and got to school. Q7, we have some county staff here along with Supervisor Joya, and I did want to actually move up after Q7 R3, R2, R1 in the order you presented, so we make sure we get to our budget presentation, because those are really important. And those are the modifications I wanted to make, if I may.
Okay, tell me again what they are. It was
so right after our consent calendar, Q1, which is the Poetry Month recognition, Q7, the A3 program. John Joya is here from the county along with the health department. And then after Q7, R3, R2, R1 to hear from our budget right after those.
Yeah, we got, so you only had 2 items, Q1 and Q7, right?
Yeah, but I've just wanted to make sure all of them got moved up, including the budget session after consent calendar personally, if that's okay, if there's no issues.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I want to ask Councilmember Willis if he would slightly, what I was going to suggest on Q1 and Q2, because Q2 is a proclamation I have on there, is that we move Q1 and Q2 right before open forum, moving it up even higher, because that's how, when we give somebody an acknowledgement for poetry or, a proclamation for book writing. So can we move Q1 and Q2 up before open forum? And then the others that Councilmember Willis suggested.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with that.
That is our usual practice anyway, so yeah.
Lena, you got a hand up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I just want to advise the council that under the Housing Accountability Act, we have 5 meetings limit for taking action on the Quarry residential project. So I'm okay if the order is modified, but the council will need to take an action this evening under the Housing Accountability Act for item P1.
Okay, well, I assume we'll stay here till we get it done. Okay, anyone else? Okay, so trying to accommodate everybody, we'll move Q1 and Q2 up before the consent calendar or before open forum.
Before open forum, right.
And we'll move R3, R2, R1 in that order after the consent calendar, okay? Lena, you still got a hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, do you want to do the public hearing on the quarry before the budget?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
Mayor Butt?
Yes.
Item Q7, where's that falling?
I'm sorry, what?
Item Q7 is one of Councilmember Willis's items.
Yeah, Q7 is...
Q7. What?
You asked for that one after consent.
Yeah, I asked that one to go before the budget because Supervisor John Joy and other county staff are here.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, all right.
And after consent, correct?
We'll do that right after
consent. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Any other agenda requests? Okay, not hearing any. We will implement those. And the next item is report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Concerning item C1, which were some liability claims, those were not discussed. In terms of the labor negotiations, For the bargaining units, we discussed giving direction to the negotiators. There actually was a motion to give that direction. It was made by Councilmember Willis and seconded by Councilmember Martinez, and was approved 4-1 with Butt and Bates voting no, and one abstention, Councilmember Johnson. So the negotiators have direction now for their negotiations. The real property negotiations involving the property on Canal Boulevard, General Warehouse, that was deferred and not discussed. Then on the items C4 and C5, which all involved Point Melati, we gave a status report on negotiations. There was no reportable action taken, and there is an agenda item tonight where we will publicly report on what has occurred. That's my report.
Next item is a report from the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor Butt and members of the City Council. I would just like to thank the neighborhoods of Santa Fe and Point Richmond for participating in the neighborhood cleanups on Saturday. Want to commend the Are Richmond team for all the great work they're doing to clean up the community. We had an excellent turnout. In addition, the Willie Mays Day was fabulous. I would really like to thank Mayor Butt and all City Council members. It was a very well attended event. In particular, I want to thank Marin Holbert for her generosity, the San Francisco Giants, the Good Tiding Foundation, and the Giants Community Fund. In addition, a number of city staff members helped prepare helped prepare the park and worked collaboratively with all the stakeholders to bring the event together. In particular, would like to acknowledge Ms. LaShonda White, Vern Whitmore, and all the recreation staff and all the park staff for the tremendous work that they did and continue to do to serve our community. It was wonderful. The field looks great, and young people are enjoying the new beautiful field. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is a crime report from the police chief.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Louis Torona, the Acting Chief of Police of the Richmond Police Department. This report covers the time period from the last report to the City Council, and that covers the time period of April 26th through yesterday. Some good news, violent crime reduced in month over month by 29%. Unfortunately, homicides stay the same at 2 compared to the previous month. Assaults decreased rather significantly. Robberies, this is good news, decreased to 15 from 29 in the month prior. And robberies with firearms also decreased by almost 2/3%. Property crimes also reduced rather significantly by 36%. We saw the greatest reductions in burglaries from 54 the previous 30-day period to 44. Significantly, residential and vehicle burglaries decreased, and vehicle thefts decreased rather significantly from 90 down to 56. Overall numbers, violent crime, we had 68 in the previous month, 48 for this time period, and 288 property crimes the previous month, and 182 this time period. The biggest issues that we are identifying that are affecting most of our residents are vehicle theft and other thefts. And we are continuing to focus our efforts on those issues. Shots fired calls throughout the city did increase, unfortunately. They increased from 47 to 96 calls in the last month. And the majority of calls for service occurred in the Beat 7 area. Total calls for service for this time period was 5,543, and the previous 4-week total was 7,062. So that's a 21% decrease in calls for service. So some good trends, but obviously We never want to take our foot off the gas and ensure that these trends continue on a downward level. And that concludes my report. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilmember Bates.
Chief, there's been a rash of theft of catalytic converters. Do you have any advice to the citizens how they may be able to protect this theft?
Yes, Councilmember Bates. That is a trend that is affecting more than just the city of Richmond. It is a trend that's affecting cities throughout Northern California. Catalytic converters are very valuable on the secondhand market for some of the precious metals that are contained within the catalytic converters. There are steps that can be taken to place identifying numbers on those catalytic converters. We're investigating some of those options that we can hopefully help provide to the citizens of and residents of Richmond. Obviously, things like making sure that vehicles are parked in lighted areas, ensuring that you have things such as motion activated lights, and more importantly, neighbors just looking out for one another to make sure that when they see something that is potentially suspicious, that they contact the police department. And with the plethora of cameras that are available, taking a cell phone camera of something that is causing attention is never a bad thing. But there are some approaches that we're looking at in terms of helping our residents to combat this.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Willis, did you have a question?
Oh, a comment actually to what Councilmember Bates pulled up. I know I did work with staff, and thank you, Chief, for bringing up the IDing the Cadillac converters. I know the police department has been researching that, and this isn't the most ideal situation, but I did work with a staff member to identify a list of shops here in Richmond actually that do security for catalytic converters. And I think, you know, just spreading that around to let people know to get it reinforced, because it's far cheaper to reinforce it than it is to replace it. I can send that to staff so they can send it out to the rest of the council members too to share with people, so we don't break the Brown Act or anything, but at least encouraging people to stop by a shop and get it reinforced if they have the means to do so is another thing I looked into too.
Well, thank you, Council Member. We're obviously willing to make any inroads we can to help prevent these thefts. These are very expensive to replace, as most people know. Very, very expensive. And if we can prevent them, that's much better than having to deal with the replacement side of things.
Councilmember Bates, you still have a hand up. Is that left over?
No, I'm concluded. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay, so the next item, I think, is we're moving to item Q1.
Yes. Item Q1 is to receive poetry readings from Poet Laureates David Flores and Adriana Avalos in honor of National Poetry Month.
Okay, this is your item, Councilmember Willis. Go ahead.
Yeah, briefly, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am the liaison for the Arts and Culture Commission, and this is an item I wanted to sponsor on their behalf that was supposed to be heard back in April because that was National Poetry Month, but you know, still wanted to get on this agenda today and hear the presentation that our youth and another poet laureate had to say. So with that, I'll hand it over to KCRT to get them queued up to present.
We don't have that PowerPoint presentation.
There are two named folks on the that we were supposed to hear from. Are they in the attendees or? Okay, we have David Flores here. What about the youth? Are they queued up?
We do not have Adriana.
Okay, I'll look in the attendees myself, but David, welcome for being here. Sorry this is a month late, but I'll pass it to you to do your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody. Appreciate your time. The title of this poem that I wrote is called We Are Richmond. I'm a long-term Richmond resident, been living here my whole life, worked here, taught here, currently work for Mindful Life Project as well. And I wrote this poem in dedication to all the good work that the nonprofits are doing. So you hear a lot of their names in the poem representing our city. We are Richmond, laying the groundwork for a future we can all live in, providing the stepping stones and the building blocks for rich city kids, beginning with the first 5 years as a foundation to dig, and urban tilth planting the seeds for Richmond youth, the next Earth team, saying yes to nature and neighborhood houses lined on the green. Way is spreading love and compassion like a watershed, the true peacekeepers of the Bay Area honoring life and the dead, defying that Rubicon existing before them, resilient and strong, bringing true initiative to Main Street and beyond, on a mission to rescue Richmond's soul, housing its inhabitants in habitats that hold, white, Asian, Black, and Latina at the center of our diversity and strength, like that image of Rosie putting trust in our faith, an ongoing project to return to the safe, no criminals, all legal, provided with aid, and not gonna stop until we reach that fellowship. RPA and RPD is a partnership of pals who don't trip. And when the grownups can't get together in sync, we watch as boys and girls lead the way with action and ink, not only in writing, but through read-alouds and performing arts at its center. True expression of each individual growing like Milo in the winter. Watch as we rise and recycle worn out ideas for change in a way that is mindful of life as we turn the page. A new chapter renewed like love and life at Pogo Park. We approach the end of that arc. Richmond is wondrous like art. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Did we have another reading, Councilmember Willis? Or
I don't see Adriana in the attendees, unfortunately, so I'll just say publicly, thank you, David Flores. That was actually beautiful and powerful. You made me think of work, which normally is stressful, but you know what? I felt good after hearing that. Thank you. And I'll just say thank you to the Arts and Culture Commission. I know they've been operating with limited capacity, so I'll just say too, I know this is on the agenda, if there's anybody willing to sign up and support the Arts and Culture Commission, please apply to the mayor's office so we can get folks appointed and they can continue to bring the good work forward, because art, poetry is just as important as our everyday business that we do. So thank you again, David Flores, for attending and reading that beautiful poem. And with that, I am concluded, Mr. Mayor.
okay, you know, back in the day, we used to have a poetry reading at open forum for every city council meeting. I miss that. Okay, next item is item Q2. Would you read that, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Item Q2 is a.
Are there any speakers though? I just want to.
Okay, there are no speakers.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Item Q2 is a proclamation honoring the children's book, Lujan Dreams of Sunflower, and its co-author, Richmond resident, Uma Mishra Newberry, and proclaiming it the citywide reading book.
Okay, Councilmember McLaughlin, go ahead. This is your item.
Yes, thank you so much, City Clerk and Mr. Mayor. I'm the liaison to the Human Rights and Human Relations Commission, and we heard from Richmond resident Uma Mishra Newberry about the children's book, Lujan Dreams of Sunflowers, of which she is a co-author. And the commission is encouraging the Richmond City Council to proclaim this book, this children's book, as a citywide reading book for our city. So I want to just read a few whereases and the resolves from the proclamation. And then we do have Uma here with us, and I want to give her a little time to say a few words. So the proclamation honors the children's book, Lujan Dreams of Sunflowers, and its co-author, Richmond resident Uma Mishra Newberry, and proclaiming it a citywide reading book. First of all, I do want to state that this book is modeled after a real human rights situation where Lujane, and I hope I pronounced this right, Al-Hath-Lual led, and this is a woman who led the effort to change the laws in Saudi Arabia that had been in place that what made it illegal for women to drive cars. And as a result of her advocacy work, she was imprisoned for nearly 3 years by the Saudi government, as well as being subjected to torture. And she's been released conditionally as of February 2021. So this book was written by Uma and also by Lujane's youngest sister, whose name is Lena, I believe, correct, yes. And the book is a fictional representation of the message that Lujane put forward in terms of having equal rights for men and women. And it's about flying, the fictional story. And I have a copy of the book, which I'm going to hold up right now. It's a lovely, lovely book. Let's see if I can get it right here. Yeah, and I recommend it highly. And it's basically a book about a young girl who dreams of flying. But in this society that the book is talking about, only boys can fly. And this young woman, who's also named, her young girl, I should say, whose name is Lujane, after the actual Lujane, who did the human rights work, she wants to go flying because she wants to fly over fields of sunflowers. So let me read a few whereases. So, whereas this children's book is a fictional story about a young girl who dreams of flying, but she lives in a place where girls are not allowed to fly. And whereas this uplifting and lyrical story is inspired by real-life human rights activist Lujane El-Hath-Lal, who led the effort to change the laws in Saudi Arabia that made it illegal for women to drive cars. And she suffered that political imprisonment and torture because of her advocacy. And whereas the co-authors of this book are Lena El-Hath-Lal, Lujane El-Hath-Lal's youngest sister, and Richmond resident Uma Mishra Newberry. And it has beautiful illustrations by Rebecca Green. And whereas Uma Mishra Newberry is a global justice and global social justice and women's rights leader. She's also the former executive director of Women's March Global. She's also the initiator and facilitator for the Racial Equity Index and an organizational strategy and racial equity consultant. And whereas young and adult readers will be thrilled and galvanized by the fictional Lujane's quest to fulfill her dream of flying, thereby helping to make the world fairer and more just. And whereas this was recommended to me to put forward as a proclamation by the Human Rights and Human Relations Commission, and they put forward a resolution supporting this proclamation, which I included with the agenda item. And whereas we are living in times when the rights of women and the future of girls is at risk due to threats to important legislation like Roe versus Wade. Therefore, be it resolved that I, Councilmember Gail McLaughlin, together with the entire Richmond City Council, proclaim Lujane Dreams of Sunflowers as a Richmond citywide reading book, and be it further resolved that the City of Richmond continues to support reading for everyone and will consider reinstituting our annual Richmond Literacy Fair, where citywide books like Lujane Dreams of Sunflowers are highlighted and promoted. So with that, I am just really honored and privileged to introduce to you Uma, and I'm going to say her last name again, Mishra Newberry. And Uma, please say a few words to us. I know there's so much about this struggle that you really were defending and the book that you wrote.
Thank you so much, Councilmember McLaughlin, dear Mayor Butt, respected council members and Chairperson Zawicki, and council members of the Human Rights and Human Relations Commission of Richmond. On behalf of myself, my co-author Lena El-Hath-Lal, and our illustrator Rebecca Green, Thank you for your support of our children's picture book, Lujane Dreams of Sunflowers, and championing our book as a Richmond citywide reading book. Now more than ever, our young leaders and students need to know and remember the courage contained inside them, that their voices matter and are powerful, and that they are agents of change. The story of Lujane El Hathloul, a women's human rights defender from Saudi Arabia and a Nobel Peace Prize nominee, shows us that speaking up, having courage, and daring to dream are the foundation of envisioning and fighting for a world that is just, safe, and free for all people. Today, we have learned of another devastating and senseless mass shooting, the loss of 18 young lives, 18 young students who had a right to be at school, a right to learn, and a right to be safe. With all the challenges and threats to our basic human rights that face us as a global population, the work of Lujane and defenders like her remind us that we must hold strong, we must unite, and we must never forget what we fight for. Lujane was held in prison for 1,001 days. She was brutally tortured. She went on hunger strike twice in prison to protest her detention. Now, after years of fighting, Lujane has been released, but she is not free. She cannot speak publicly, nor can she leave Saudi Arabia, as her and her whole family have been placed under an arbitrary travel ban. I know if Lujane was able to join you all here today, she would be deeply honored for this recognition and your dedication to supporting human rights. Thank you all for your commitment to ensuring that our young generation in Richmond knows the stories of heroes like Lujane and has access to books like Lujane Dreams of Sunflowers so that they too can be inspired, dare to dream, and keep being brave. To all young people who continue to fight for their future and freedom, Lena, Rebecca, and I, and Lujane are with you always. Thank you, everybody, and thank you, Commissioner McLaughlin.
Thank you, Uma. Lovely, lovely. I know we might have a couple speakers. I don't know if they were able to get on today from the commission, but City Clerk, are there a couple speakers or no?
Well, let's see first if any council members have questions or comments. Are there any questions or comments from city council members? Okay, I don't see any. Are there any? Go ahead, Councilmember Johnson.
I just wanted to know if this book was available at the multicultural bookstore here in the city of Richmond.
That I do not know, Commissioner Johnson, but I will definitely find out, and I can let you know.
That's where I buy my books for my god kids. So just let me know. And also, my job, Jumpstart, we do Read for the Record. This year we've already picked our children's book, but next year I would really like to nominate this book for next year's Read for the Record. So we'd most definitely like to connect with you offline. I've been reading like some of the details of the book, and this is most definitely a beautiful book that kind of fits the mode of what we do in terms of choosing children's books for Read for the Record. So most definitely would love to connect with you offline so I can connect you to some of my other colleagues at my other job and get this rolling as well.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Johnson.
Okay, any other council members? Okay, do we have any public speakers, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we do. We have one.
Okay, go ahead.
The speaker is Naomi Williams. Naomi, you may begin.
I only have one question. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I only have one question. When you were reciting the poem, there was no mention of Richmond, California. And if you look and go in the dictionary, I mean, in the directory, when you say Richmond, they turn you straight to Virginia. So is there a possibility you can add that CA in there somewhere?
Mr. Mayor, I think she's responding to the poem from the previous item.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's okay. I should have called for public speakers on that item and I forgot to do so. So
you did, yeah.
Okay, do we have any other public speakers on this item?
That was our last speaker.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, I just want to thank Uma one more time for all her great human rights work and for her, of course, co-authorship of the book. And I look forward to continuing to connect with you, Uma, and spreading the word about your book.
Okay, we're all waiting for the movie.
Yes.
Thank you so much, members. I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Okay, so I think now we're back to open forum. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, we have people are signing up now. Open forum is an opportunity for the public to address the council on items that are not on the agenda or items that remain on the consent calendar. You may also use this time to comment on reports from the city manager and the acting police chief's crime report. And we ask that you keep your comments respectful during this live recording. And thank you very much. We'll start calling our speakers.
The two speakers with hands raised are Don Gosney, Anna, and then we have Yendo. Don, you may begin.
Thank you. You know, I know that you all have some very important projects to kill tonight, and the council and people watching at home are anxious to get at it. But I wanted to speak for a moment on something that's become more and more obvious to me. Perhaps when you finish driving the nail in the coffin of this Point Melati project, you can give some consideration to what I'm about to say. In recent months, I've had occasion to drive through some of our neighboring cities like Concord, Hercules, Pleasant Hill, Walnut Creek, Benicia, Fairfield, and Vallejo. And there are some stark differences between our neighbors and our own city. In each of these cities I just mentioned, it seems that they have so many things to offer that we can only dream of. I'm seeing a gazillion really nice newer homes, and some of them are selling at a really attractive price. I'm seeing some really nice restaurants, the kinds of places where you can take business clients to try to convince them to bring their businesses to that city. Restaurants where you can take your spouse or a date to really impress them. I'm seeing great landscaping that would make anyone think they're in an upscale community. I'm seeing shops that sell things people might want to buy. Target is nice, but they'll never be confused with a high-end store where you might buy a suit or a cocktail gown or a shirt without some shoe company logo on it. I'm seeing bookstores, clean, safe, well-stocked hardware and home improvement stores, computer stores, stores where I can buy high-end electronics, stores that can employ a lot of my neighbors, pay them decent wages with benefits, and send tons of tax dollars to City Hall without bankrupting them. Just as telling is what I did see is also what I'm not seeing. I'm not seeing graffiti and vandalism everywhere I look. I'm not seeing tent cities at every freeway on-ramp and in their parks. I'm not seeing rampant crime. I'm not seeing median strips filled with 4-foot-high weeds. I'm not seeing blight, poorly maintained homes, boarded up vacant homes, and streets littered with trash and mattresses. I'm not seeing fleets of broken down RVs surrounded by shopping carts and bicycle parts. Oh, and I felt safe and never worried whether I'd return to my car only to see the street filled with broken glass. If Richmond is a city of pride and purpose, shouldn't we strive to live up to that slogan? Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Anna. Anna, please state your last name for the record. You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Ana Ortiz. Hello, council members, Mr. Vice Mayor, Mr. Mayor, and staff. I just wanted to respond to the police chief's report. And I wanted to take a moment to thank the Richmond Police Department, particularly Officer Woody, who responded to 2 of the most recent incidents against us and our home. Once in April, when a racist cartoon was left on our fence, and again in May, in response to a physical threat against me personally. Her professionalism and kindness were calming during these sad and stressful occurrences. She helped us immensely and, albeit briefly, calmed my ongoing fear. I just want her and her supervisors to know how much I truly appreciated this. Thank you again for your service to our communities.
Thank you. And that appears to be our last speaker. The other speaker put their hand down.
I had my hand up to speak in open forum as well. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. And then actually, yes, you're right. Go ahead, council member.
No, yeah, I just wanted to speak in regards to the resolution declaring the first day in June as Gun Violence Awareness Day. As Uma mentioned, the terrible mass shooting today in Texas at the Texas Elementary School, the Laguna Woods shooting at the church, and the Buffalo, New York shooting at the grocery store. Most definitely want to raise as much awareness as possible to these types of situations. And I know on June 4th, Moms Demand Action will be having a walk across the Golden Gate Bridge to bring more awareness to gun violence here in the United States, and talking about some sensible legislation that we can pass. So once again, that's June 4th. If you're interested, most definitely we'll get more information out to folks who are interested. But yeah, thank you so much, and I appreciate the council's unanimous support on this resolution.
Thank you. And then we have one more public speaker followed by our final speaker, Councilmember Nat Bates. Hughlin Barnett, you may begin. Hewlin Barnett, you may begin. Please unmute yourself. Hewlin Barnett, please press the unmute button to unmute yourself. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, no, I'm here because my name is Hewlin Barnett and I'm running for county supervisor. I'm a father.
Hey, Mr. Barnett.
I'm a husband.
Wait,
I'm a husband. I'm a teacher.
Hey,
I am an educator.
Cut him off, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
We do not allow campaign speeches at our city council meetings.
And the final speaker is Councilmember Bates. Mr. Bates, you may begin.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor and the council. I just wanted to reiterate and echo what the city manager had indicated about the beautiful Willie Mays function. And I want the public to know that that was originated by the Recreation and Parks Commission under Mrs. Marilyn Herbert as a chair, and later picked up by Mrs. Joey Smith as a chair. And the Recreation and Parks Commission are the ones who started this event. And I just want to acknowledge and thank Willie Brown for his not only coming over and speaking, but his assistance in getting us connected with the right people in San Francisco. And of course, the CEO, Mr. Bear. It was a beautiful event, nationwide coverage. And I've had numerous comments from several friends outside of the state who also saw the event. And lastly, again, the young 18 and the 3 teachers that was killed in Texas. We've just got to do something about the crime and the gun control element that is destroying this community and other communities. So bereavement to them. And I'd like to lastly point out that Mr. Reddick, who is a Richmond, longtime Richmond resident, his funeral is Thursday at 1 p.m. at Fuller Funeral Home. So those that remember Mr. Reddick, maybe you want to come out and share your condolences and respect for the family. Thank you very much. And when we close the meeting in honor of Mr. Reddick, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Okay, thank you. So now I believe we're down to the consent calendar. Is that right, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have a motion on the consent calendar?
I'll move the item.
Okay. Motion by Costa, second by Willis, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's call the roll.
Councilmember Bates.
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
And Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
So I think after we mixed up the items, I think we're Q7, is that right?
Yes, Q7.
Okay, would you read that, please?
Yes, hold on 1 second. Item Q7 is to receive a report from the Contra Costa Health Services on the A3 Mile Hall Crisis Hub Program and Measure X.
Okay, that's that item is from Councilmember Jimenez and Willis. Do one of you want to introduce it?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that we want to inform the community about the funds of Measure X, what has been allocated, and importantly, because the City of Richmond is working on the community crisis response, to hear from the county about what they are doing. We have been having good communications about how we can get collaboration and work together. And I just wanted to thank Supervisor Joya for agreeing to be here and working with the county staff to put the information together and this presentation. And we just looking forward to hear the presentation and for the council to ask questions and the public to get to know more about what Measure X has and what the Milestone program has been designed and how it's going to operate. Thank you. Council Member Willis, do you want to add something?
Yeah, briefly, just so folks know, Miles Hall is on the name. And for those who don't know, Miles Hall was a young man in his 20s a few years ago who was suffering from mental health. Even the Walnut Creek police were working with the family on that issue, and they were still called out to a situation when he was having a crisis, and he was gunned down by 5 officers and told not to resist even after being gunned down and handcuffed. There was a huge push by NAMI, Contra, Costa, Reimagine Public Safety Group, Contra Costa, Racial Justice, and a bunch of other groups to push the county to establish a crisis response unit named after Miles Hall. And as of November 16th, through some county tax revenue known as Measure X, the county approved a recommendation that came from the Measure X Community Advisory Board. And I know I had a conversation with the county health department a couple months ago to figure out, now that this program's here, what does the rollout look like, and how could Richmond best collaborate, considering we also made recommendations to be a part of a county crisis response unit in general for the city of Richmond to deal with those type of emergencies. So thank you to the county health department and John Joya for joining us today and educating us a bit more on the county program and how it's going to be implemented and the best way Richmond can be a part of it and participate. And thank you, Councilmember Jimenez, for leading and sponsoring this item.
Okay, Supervisor Joy, are you
Thank you. And I had to switch over to my phone. I lost my internet connection. Can you hear me okay on my phone?
Yes, we can.
Great. So thank you. Thanks for inviting us. I was just going to make a few opening remarks. Then I'm going to turn it over to our Health Services Director, Anna Roth. And then I will come back at the end and talk a little more about the Measure X expenditures as you've asked. I will start by saying I know Richmond has been interested as well on mental health crisis response. And the county, of course, looks forward to working and coordinating with Richmond in any way that makes sense. And you'll hear more about that from our health department. As both council members said, we were very fortunate to have Measure X passed. It passed with 58.5% of the vote, right in the middle of the pandemic in November 2020. And it was a measure designed to really fund health, social services, emergency medical, and close gaps. And what the language said, and I think this is important because we tried to stay true to the language, the money would be used to, quote, keep Contra Costa's regional hospital open and staffed, fund community health centers, provide timely fire and emergency response, support crucial safety net services, invest in early childhood services, protect vulnerable populations, and for other essential county services. And as you heard, the Board of Supervisors made allocations of the first couple of years of Measure X dollars based on recommendations from a community advisory panel that we put together. And there were residents from Richmond and West County on that community advisory panel. And pretty much, and you'll hear this later, all of the recommendations, maybe a couple items not, were on the list that was recommended by the community advisory panel. One of them was to fund a countywide community crisis initiative that could be used in lieu of law enforcement response, having behavioral and mental health professionals. And the board allocated $5 million in one-time money to actually build out the call center. and $20 million each year, $20 million per year to fund, to staff and operate this first of a kind system that we've had in our county. So I'll turn it over with that to Anna Roth. And I know Richmond has been on a parallel track working on this issue as well. So this is a good time to sort of, as we get programs up and running, to talk more about it. So I'll turn it over to Anna Roth.
Thank you, Supervisor Joya. I just want to do a sound check. Can everyone hear me? Can everyone hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. I want to thank the City Council and specifically Councilmember Jimenez for inviting us here tonight, but the entire council also for having us, as well as the residents of Richmond and your interest in this program. As Supervisor Joya mentioned, I'm Anna Roth and I am the County Health Director. And I wanted just to give a little context. Again, as background, we were the County Health Department, and I think you're going to hear tonight. I brought with me Dr. Chad Pierce as well as Dr. Suzanne Tavano. Dr. Pierce is really overseeing our crisis program, and Dr. Tavano is the County Behavioral Health Director. We actually have been working diligently with a subset of city managers for the last we're approaching this summer will be 2 years. And just to give you a little bit of background on that, in September of 2020, we actually came to the mayor's conference at the invitation of the mayors, as well as we came as guests with the public managers to talk about the issues across our communities and the urgent need to rethink the behavioral health crisis response across our county. There were a lot of things going on in that summer and at that time. And I think these are historical. They were both timely, as well as we've had long historical, I think, brewing needs across the community. In November, that following November 2020, we actually convened a multi-agency, multi-sector, community-driven stakeholder engagement to really look at our system. And then the following year, then we set out several one-week time periods where we developed a model, which Dr. Pierce will walk us through in just a moment. What we want to do tonight is really give Dr. Pierce a chance to provide a quick overview of kind of that model. And actually there will be a little timeline even that you can refer to that I'm referring to now. Give Dr. Tavano a chance to go over some of the financing and then really make ourselves available to talk with you about any of your questions. And I know Supervisor Joya is available to talk a little bit about the broader sort of Measure X. So if that sounds okay, I would like to hand off to Dr. Pierce and Dr. Pierce, take it away. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Director and Mr. Mayor and the council. Good evening, everyone. My name is Chad Pierce. I'm Acting Program Chief of Crisis Services. And prior to the role that I'm in now, I actually worked in Richmond for several years, managing the Children's Outpatient Mental Health Clinic. I also have been a resident of Richmond for many years. So Richmond is really dear to my heart. So I'm happy to be here and happy to share with you our model, which I'm very excited about and hoping that we can partner together. So I'm going to share my screen. Let's see. Okay. Everyone able to see? All right, great. So I want to introduce you to A3, which is a community-inspired, county-wide approach to help families and offer a more thoughtful, safe, and supportive way to address behavioral health crisis. When someone faces a crisis, a fire, crime, or medical emergency, they call 911 with the expectation of getting immediate emergency services. However, when that emergency is a behavioral health crisis, there is no comprehensive response system available in our community. In fact, there are very few such programs in any community across the nation. However, there is a compelling immediate need for appropriate and effective crisis response services. Just as communities nationwide have demanded alternatives to a police response to behavioral health crises, Contra Costa residents are likewise advocating for increased behavioral health crisis. A3 addresses this need by making behavioral health part of the emergency response system. A3 is an innovative approach for providing timely and appropriate behavioral health crisis services to anyone, anywhere, at any time in Contra Costa County, which is why we named it A3. The bottom of this slide shows the background of when we started the design process in the fall of 2020, all the way through January 2022, when we had our community event to talk about the process and how we would begin implementing the A3 model. So here is the model. If you notice the boxes on the left, you will see a need for help, someone to talk to, someone to respond, and a place to go. And then in the middle, you see the Miles Hall Crisis Call Center. So essentially, all behavioral health crisis calls will get routed to the Miles Hall Crisis Call Center. Will they be answered by trained clinicians? The calls will be triaged to determine the most appropriate response. Many calls may be de-escalated and connected to appropriate services over the phone. That's someone to talk to. Other calls may need someone to respond out in the field. So for these calls, we have identified 3 levels of teams to be dispatched to respond based on need. So if you look under the Miles Hall Crisis Call Center, you see level 1 teams, level 2 teams, and level 3 teams. So starting with our level 1 teams, they consist of a behavioral health provider and a peer support specialist. A peer support specialist is someone with lived experience navigating our system or has a family member who has lived experience navigating our systems. This team is for calls requiring a welfare check, is low risk for escalation, and can address social needs. Our level 2 teams consist of a peer support specialist, a licensed clinician, and substance abuse counselor if needed. This team is for calls where a person is experiencing an acute and serious behavioral health crisis or is in assessment. And then if you go to the right, you see our level 3 teams, which consist of a peer support specialist, licensed clinician, substance abuse counselor, and law enforcement. While we want to lessen the need for law enforcement, we do recognize that it is sometimes an appropriate response where appropriately trained law enforcement officers can co-respond with our level 2 teams when situations are escalating and there are safety concerns beyond the scope of a level 2 team alone. So now if that's someone to respond, so if you drop down to the last box, a place to go, once a team is on scene, they may determine that the person in crisis needs a place to go to get more support. We are in the process of creating alternative locations for care in addition to locations already available, such as our hospital emergency departments and psychiatric emergency services. Some of the alternative locations we have identified are crisis services, peer respite, and so this is where we stand today. A3 is in the early stages. We have ambitious plans to tackle this critical issue, and we are continuing to build and refine. So as evaluation procedures are established, what you're seeing here will all expand. So the evaluation is an important part of this to ensure that we are responsive to the communities, to the individuals in crisis, and to our funders to make sure we are making a difference, responding to changing realities, and achieving our goals and mission. And then on the right is just some data. So calls to the Miles Hall Crisis Call Center have more than doubled since 2020. Almost half of the calls are from family members, and over 20% are referred by law enforcement. Over 70% of calls are psychiatric in nature. Most situations are de-escalated or connected to services over the phone, with mobile crisis teams responding to 1 in 5 calls. So we're continuing to refine the triage process. I'm going to talk a little bit more about our A3 campus construction, but do want to point out that we have also started collaborating with law enforcement on getting our training aligned so that we can have an appropriate co-response if law enforcement is responding with one of our teams. So here's the timeline that Anna was talking about earlier. So I want to draw your attention to all the way to the left where it says May happening now. And if you go down to the 1, 2, 3, 4th box, what we currently have now are 3 teams that are responding to calls in the field. And that average response team is about an hour or more. So then as you move to the right, you can see that we're scaling up with our teams, and our field visit response times are getting lower and lower. And so what we're hoping to have by December 2023, the Miles Hall call center is operating 24/7. All patrol officers and dispatch personnel are trained, and we will have 68 staff or 34 teams responding to calls with a 10-minute average response time for field visits. It will take time to train and incrementally expand hours and scale up to full capacity. So that kind of gives you a timeline of where we are now and sort of our plan, which is ambitious, of moving forward to get to our ultimate goal, which will be in 2023, end of the year. So here's our A3 campus construction, which I mentioned earlier. The county and city of Concord are working closely on the renovation of the county facility located on Oak Grove Road in Concord. We are currently in the design phase of renovating the building and anticipate 2023. The A3 campus will house the Miles Hall Crisis Call Center and alternative locations, providing the right care at the right time. Because we are serving the entire county, we have situated the A3 campus centrally. However, as we continue to evaluate and collect data, we may determine that alternative locations may need to be expanded to different regions of the county. So we have the peer respite, the sobering center, and the crisis services or urgent care that will be housed at that campus. A3 is primarily funded by the half-cent Measure X sales tax the Contra Costa County voters passed by a wide margin in 2020. The A3 campus construction and enhanced dispatch technology is funded by federal dollars of $2 million and Measure X tax revenue of $5 million. Annual Measure X tax revenue of $20 million will fund the A3 Miles Hall Crisis Call Center staff, the mobile response team staff, follow-up care for those in crisis, and really to sustain the overall A3 initiative. Our A3 governance and team structure. So with ongoing input from and outreach to the community and ongoing coaching, training, and guidance from process leaders, we have 3 levels. The work streams, which starting at the bottom, are specialty groups tasked with using their expertise to move specific A3 tasks forward. This group will feed information into the integration group, which is the one right above it, who will monitor the effective management of resources and efforts to deliver the A3 mission. The integration group will feed information into the joint governance group, which is the top one, who will be responsible for providing foresight, oversight, and insight at a high level. So we are looking for people to join the A3 team. So I'm hoping this is a flyer. I'm hoping we will be able to get that distributed because it gives a lot of information of how you can become a part, or if you know someone who may be looking to be a part of providing this much needed service, this is how you would do it. We are currently recruiting for 3 primary positions: mental health clinical specialists, mental health community support workers. So that's what it's called in our county, but those are the peer support specialists that I talked about earlier. And then finally, substance abuse counselors. So this kind of tells you exactly where to go and how to apply if you know of anyone who may be interested in joining our A3 team. To emphasize, I'm going to go back to this slide here because I want to emphasize that A3 is committed to creating program staffing that reflect the ethnic, linguistic, and cultural diversity that make up Contra Costa County. And then additionally, our priority is that all program staff demonstrate cultural humility by recognizing their own biases, listening to individuals in an open, respectful way, and bringing a willingness to learn about others' backgrounds. So just want you to know that's what we're looking for. So when you're thinking about who might want to be a part of the team, these are some of our values for the staff that we want to be a part of our A3 Community Crisis Initiative. So A3 is an innovative approach to offer hope by providing timely and appropriate behavioral health crisis services to anyone, anywhere, at any time in Contra Costa County. If you or someone you know is experiencing a behavioral health crisis, you can call the A3 Mouse Hall Crisis Call Center.
Supervisor Joy, you said you wanted to wrap this up.
Yeah, I was going to close up with a brief summary since I was asked of Measure X expenditures. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, and then we'll go to questions.
Yeah, I'll go through this quickly. You know, now, so as I indicated, I read the language from Measure X. The money is designed for program areas. Somebody asked me, you know, how is the money divided by city? And the answer to that is the voters approved a measure to support particular types of services. And most of these services benefit residents in West County, including the City of Richmond. And so you just heard about the A3 program, but let me quickly go through. I won't mention every single one. I'll go through the major ones. And this measure raises a little over $100 million a year. We would anticipate there will be future growth in those Measure X revenues, which we could further allocate, and we will review these expenditures every 2 years. So we are investing $1.2 million per year for a new county office of racial equity and social justice, as proposed by Supervisor Glover and I. And there's a major community process going on now. There are Richmond residents involved to look at how to structure that office. We're putting in $250,000 a year in arts and culture programs. We are investing about $500,000 a year, or specifically $584,000, into what we call health and social services family navigators, one in each supervisorial district. And the one for my district will be working at Lavanya Dijon Middle School. And Mayor Butt may remember this. Many years ago, the City of Richmond entered into an agreement with the school district and the county for a neighborhood transformation to look at how we all work together on helping the families of Lavanya Dijon Middle School. This was actually well before district elections came into effect. So this was a few years ago. And one of the points called for a health social service navigator to work with the families at that school to connect them to resources, housing, health, and so that will get funded. We're putting $200,000 a year into early literacy outreach services through a mobile van that will be working in North Richmond, Pinole, San Pablo, and El Sobrante. The largest single expenditure, which was really identified in the ballot language, is $40 million a year for our 11 health clinics and our regional medical center. The health centers out in West County are in San Pablo, the West County Health Center, as well as our North Richmond Center for Health. Some perspective: of the 1.2 million people who live in our county, about 200,000 residents get health services through the county. 75% of all Medi-Cal residents in this county also get health services through us. 50% of patients use interpretation services, and really the largest group of patients are from West County. So tens of thousands of West County residents benefit from the health services that are provided. In fact, most of the West County residents and Richmond residents on Medi-Cal have their babies delivered at the county hospital in Martinez. And 34% of patients do have mental health needs. So that's the largest expenditure to preserve our healthcare system. We're investing $12 million a year into a local housing trust fund that would be used and prioritized to support housing and supportive services for people whose income is 50% or less of the area median income. And two of the projects we're funding out of it, one was just approved by the city of San Pablo, is a 54-unit permanent housing with supportive services for previously unhoused individuals. That is in the process of being built. 54 previously unhoused individuals will have supportive housing. We're also using some of that to create 30 single room occupancy housing units at our old Head Start Center in North Richmond. Many of those previously unhoused or very low income. So that's really, we haven't set the standards yet on the programs, but that's $12 million each year really for very low income housing and addressing homelessness. $750,000 a year to expand what we call Contra Costa cares, which is healthcare for people regardless of immigration status. For those who are undocumented that aren't covered under state programs, soon the state program in about 2 years will cover them. When we started this, that was not the case. So that will probably shift elsewhere once the state covers them, but it does allow us to expand. And thank you. I know a number of you have worked hard to advocate, and I know Councilmember Willis was very much involved in advocating on a lot of that. As I indicated, fire and emergency medical was one of the major items identified in the measure. So the county sought to look at reopening fire stations that had previously closed. And there a fire station out on Pinole Valley Road, a City of Pinole fire station, which is also important to respond into Carriage Hills, for example, and would address wildfire issues in that area, will be reopened using $2.5 million per year. Where Pinole's going to put in $2 million, we're going to put in through Measure X $2.5 million to reopen that fire station that had previously closed, and that will help overall fire services in all of West County. We're putting nearly $4.5 million a year into early childhood education, childcare, and supporting children with disabilities. And these are for low-income families who often get subsidized childcare. There are thousands of those families in West County, many in Richmond. We're putting in $2 million a year into implementing a master plan for aging, working with local community-based organizations, including in Richmond. We're putting in $1.4 million a year in accessible transportation for older adults and persons with disabilities. We are investing, you're all familiar with the RISE Youth Center, which did receive an investment from the county. That model has become promoted as a best practice. So we're putting in $3.5 million a year for youth centers in East County. Many of you know Antioch, underserved area, many of the same challenges as Richmond, and there are needs there. In fact, we're seeing a lot of shift and growth in low-income population out in that area. In fact, even more than out in West County, the growing suburban poverty there. So that would support youth centers out in the Antioch area. We also will be investing $4.5 million per year for wildfire response, and that will specifically help the area along the Richmond El Cerrito Hills, you know, El Sobrante, the Richmond areas along the East Bay Hills, El Cerrito, Kensington, so $4.5 million countywide for these areas, of which that area will be one of the recipients. And I know our Confire will work with Richmond Fire on that. We are also, so those are some ongoing major allocations. We're also putting in some one-time money into things like, you know, we built about 10 years ago a brand new health center in San Pablo, the West County Health Center. We're trying to update all of our health centers. So we will be using funding one-time $30 million, not annual, one time to build and expand our health center in Martinez. We're also spending $5 million to improve and expand the county's psychiatric emergency ward. We are the only hospital in the county that has a psych emergency ward. So if you have a 5150, a mental health crisis, that is where you go. And we have determined that there's a need to improve that with $5 million to expand that. Also, as we saw during COVID, public health lab, we have an old public health lab that was at one time the only lab processing COVID test results in the county. So we're one-time money of $25 million to build a new public health lab. So those are expenditures that I wanted to give you a sense of this. They will get revisited, although some of these like investing $20 million a year to mental health crisis response is going to be ongoing, just like keeping the Pinole Fire Station open or funding our Office of Racial Equity. So those are the major allocations under our Measure X, and we will continue having an community advisory group make recommendations to us, and we basically make most of our pretty much, I think 95% of the allocations came out of the Measure X Advisory Committee.
Okay, thank you. Now, are there questions from council members? Councilmember Jimenez, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor John Joya, for the presentation on the Measure X and the staff, the county staff, on the presentation of the Miles Hold call center. I just have a question about you, and last time you mentioned that like ENIAC is also considering doing something like Richmond, which what we want is to have a team here that is will work, and we make sure that we have the right response in our city. So that my question is about if you can talk about what ENIA is doing. And the other thing is you are designing this with a number of calls, and we talk about that in our meeting, and if these calls go up more, what is your plan? And then and I just wanted to say that we are really excited about collaborating with you. We know, for instance, that we can work together on using the Mile Hold line and the dispatch, so we don't have to do that, and that the training to the personnel in the RPD will be also something that we are looking forward for this. So if you can answer my two questions here.
I can start, and then I would like to hand off to Dr. Tabano. The first, I'll start with the second question, which is how we calculated out the number of calls is using some standardized instruments, using some national data as well as published data. So we went to a group called Crisis Now that has sort of a demand instrument, and you can calculate that. based on population, based on law enforcement calls, based on some of the data we gathered. We also consulted with the Cahoots teams that use the Cahoots model. So we did use sort of statistical analysis to calculate that demand. And I think the question was, what will we do if the calls, exceed the demand? We would have to seek out more funding. That is really that would really be what we would have to do. And so, as you saw, we projected out a few years, and we will be keeping through this governance structure the various jurisdictions informed as we're kind of validating our assumptions. And if we've sort of undershot, that's all part of what the governance structure will do, is to really inform the county, both the Board of Supervisors, but also the jurisdictions, across the county. The other piece I want to say, and I'll have actually Dr. Tavano, who's working closer with the cities, but just in general, when this model was designed, we did design with the assumption that different jurisdictions may have different approaches. And we really created this model to have enough slack in it where different cities or districts would be able to really have some space to localize this, because we know that health is local. And you're right that there are some other jurisdictions, Antioch being one of them, San Pablo being another one, that are approaching this in different ways. And actually, Dr. Tavano has been working very closely with them. And I know we're also coming to your Reimagining Safety group. So we're really, I just want to acknowledge the PMA, who has been keeping us very close, the Public Managers Association, who, by the way, I did let Garrett Evans, who's now the chair, know that Shasta would like to be on that group. So I'm hoping that she has gotten an invitation or should be expecting one. But I'll actually hand over to Dr. Tavano to talk about some of those specific plans, because there are a variety of different activities going on across the county.
Hi, good evening, everyone. And Councilmember Jimenez, just want to call you out for your persistence in moving this forward and talking with us. And Councilmember Willis, you actually 3 years ago, when I first came back to the county, asked to meet about, can you hear Richmond voice in what you're doing? So really appreciate the advocacy both of you have been so persistent at, because it's always needed. So thank you. The city of Antioch decided to use some city money to basically do a pilot of what Chad described as the level 1 intervention team. So really responding, non-clinical staff responding to kind of low-level crises, particularly crises that people experience around social issues, social determinants of health. They've been including us in the discussions as they've gone along. They brought in a group called Urban Strategy, some of you may know, out of Alameda County. They did a pretty comprehensive community planning process, and this pilot is what came out of it. What we have been talking about is that since it would be the lower level interventions that they would be providing in the community of Antioch, that we would then be collaborating with them and coordinating. So if people were in higher need of higher level services, more intensive services, they would be working with us to have the more clinical staff come in and peer providers to assist with that. They're going to see how their pilot goes. The hope is that as the county really builds out the county-wide initiative, that there'll be adequate coverage for all the cities, so that down the line they may consider not continuing their pilot and just having it be part of the county-wide effort. So that's my response about the city of Antioch. The San Ramon Valley Fire District, as some of you know, submitted their own proposal under Measure X. And they're just, they started with one concept. I think they're morphing it a little bit. I'm scheduled, and Chad, I think we're both scheduled to talk with them perhaps tomorrow morning, but within the next week to understand what they're doing. They also want to be collaborative and coordinate with us so that we're trying to knit the different local initiatives together with the countywide process that we're building out. And you know what I would say is also to acknowledge, we really named, so A3, anywhere, anyone, anytime, is the overall initiative. The Miles Hall Crisis Call Center is in memory of Miles Hall, and also acknowledgement of all of the advocacy that the Hall family did. But also want to say that we're very aware that a number of other individuals across our county and all of our communities experienced a crisis in the community that resulted in their death. Predominantly men of color have been the victims in these situations. So we really are saying Miles Hall in memory of him and acknowledging his family, but know that there are many other members across our county that have experienced similar sorts of things that we don't want to have happen any longer. And would also say that we, 4 years ago, started with very small mobile response, basically 3 to 4 teams of 2 people trying to cover the whole county. And the calls, as Dr. Pierce mentioned, the first months, maybe 30, 32 calls a month. But however, once we started this very broad community planning process and people became aware of it as a resource, the call numbers really have gone up, and we're still not having all of the teams in place to be timely, but that's our goal. And so that's why Dr. Pierce made his recruitment pitch. So really want to hire people from within the community, reflecting their community. So encourage anyone that you know that might be interested to go online and apply for some of these positions. I think I answered your question. Did I, Council Member?
Yeah, thank you. And I just wanted to say that I am really excited about working with you and the whole county on this. We want to make sure that we augment what you have, because we know our community, and our community is also crying out, saying that we need this type of services. And I'm glad that the city manager, the new city manager that we have, is really interested in working with you. I think like we haven't been at the table. I always see like San Pablo sending the city manager and everybody, and we haven't. And I think like we need to be more proactive. So we really tap into also the resources that the county has to bring it to Richmond. And instead of criticizing what you do, I think it is the work of a collaboration. And I am really happy to hear that our city manager is going to join that table. And I think other staff members and around other issues should be start thinking about how to work in collaboration. So thank you. And I just wanted to finalize saying that this Thursday, May 26, from 6 to 7:30 p.m., City Council Member McLaughlin and I are going to be hosting a community crisis response program, community roundtable. And I know that you have been working, you are going to be talking to the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force to really help us with our effort here and see what the collaboration is, what we can do, how we do it. And the goal is to serve our community as best as we can and in the time manner that is needed. So thank you so much.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, thank you so much to county staff, to Supervisor Joya for that wonderful presentation. I had the opportunity of hearing the presentation earlier, but this gave a little more substance as well. I just want to say that it's a really important issue that we address mental health in our community in this day and age, when mental health issues are on the rise, suicide is on the rise. we need to really be sensitive toward those members of our community who have trauma and crisis, and so much injustice is what contributes to mental health problems. So I know that the training that you'll do and that we'll be doing in conjunction on our local team really will have to be clearly identifying the right type of people to provide the services and to respond to these crises that have that sensitivity and don't look down on people with mental health issues, that understand that it's the conditions of life and that have thrown them into a bad situation. And that, I think, builds those bonds and able to reach and provide services and help that person or those individuals move into a better place in their lives. So I just want to say it's an issue that's very near and dear to my heart. I studied psychology throughout my years in college and graduate school, and it's because I do understand that we're in a day and age in our society that creates so many crises and injustices, and the result impacts the individual and too many individuals in such a hardship way. So thank you for caring. Thank you for putting forward the program. And I know we in Richmond will be eager to collaborate with you from our local program as well. So just a big thank you.
Councilmember Bates.
Thank you, County, for your presentation. I'll be very brief and to the point. One of the biggest problems that we're experiencing here in Richmond is the homeless population. If you drive around Richmond, you see the Ryden Road, you see the Castro Ranch area road off the freeway, and other areas within the city. And also, I understand, we know that you've gotten the Marriott Hotel as a location to house many of the homeless. I also have been told, speaking with Congressman Jaramendi and others, that the county is primarily the #1 agency in the county that has been funded significantly to deal with the homeless population. I want to verify if that is indeed a fact, because Richmond has very limited funds, yet we are heavily exposed to that particular population. So I want to get some verification. What are you doing to assist the homeless population in Richmond? And what can you do more to assist us?
Councilmember Bates, thank you for the question. This is Anna. I'll start. I think Supervisor Joya actually outlined several housing efforts that we have happening in West County. I will say that I think it would be important to bring LaVonna Martin and Chrissy Saxon back to talk about the overall sort of what is actually happening for the homeless service. And as it relates to this, this effort, the A3 effort, one of those things that both Dr. Pierce and Dr. Tavano mentioned in terms of level 1, and they talked about social needs, housing is envisioned as a component of that. So having housing navigation services available at that level 1 level of response, because we know that that is a serious issue, particularly in our county. Actually, homeless is growing in our county faster than anywhere in the Bay Area, as was pointed out by Supervisor Joya. Poverty is actually growing. Contra Costa County has become sort of the new epicenter of growing poverty in the Bay Area. People are moving due to the housing crisis east, and so they're headed, into our county. And so I think it's a really good question, and I think Councilmember Bates, I want to actually ask if we can bring LaVonna Martin, who's our Deputy Director for the Health Department, back, who has a plethora of information and detail. I think that this issue deserves. And again, to sort of the A3 component though, that level 1 team will be in fact be able to provide the kinds of services that what you now see with like core teams, that kind of service will be embedded in a level 1 response.
Okay, I look forward to hearing from the additional staff members.
Any other council members with questions? I had one. I don't know who this is directed to, but maybe somebody can answer it. So my understanding is that Richmond's own Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force, instead of working with the county's A3 program, have recommended that Richmond go it alone. And they put out an RFP, you know, for an in-house City of Richmond program. And I also understand that Richmond is the only city in the county currently not participating in the A3 program, and instead has decided to go it alone. So can somebody clear that up? Are we in Richmond collaborating with the county and becoming a part of this program that is funded by tens of millions of dollars? Or are we trying to invent our own program?
Good evening, Mayor Butt, Vice Mayor, and Council members. LaShonda White. I am the Interim Director for Community Services, but I also support the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force as a liaison and provide support to individuals working on and supporting the Community Crisis Response Program intervention area. So it is true that staff did release a request for proposal with regards to the CCRP program. And so what's included in that proposal, however, is really asking for a consultant to do some analysis and look at not necessarily us doing it on our own. I think that was an initial thought that we would, while we were waiting, or while the task force members were waiting and for the county for the Measure X dollars to be allocated, because it was still in that process, for there to be a plan established. They had already started to think about and provide a recommendation around a community crisis response program in Richmond. So things have moved. Things have, you heard from the county today, and I think they are much further along than they were 2 years ago. And so we are definitely in collaboration with the county. We've met with the county as a task force. Our members of the Community Crisis Response Program intervention area have met with the county. City staff have met with the county. We definitely are interested in collaboration. I just want to be very clear about that. We don't want to duplicate services. We want to make sure that the ultimate goal of our Richmond residents, that they are being served in the best way possible. So the RFP isn't about us trying to just determine how we can do it on our own. It also says, is there a way in which we do it with a community-based organization, or how do we partner with the county? So it really is looking at data, engaging community, and figuring out what's the best way to move forward. And this was also, once again, thought of and done prior to the point to where the county is now. And just because we release an RFP does not mean that we have to engage with the consultant to do work. So we'll continue to meet with the county. I can't speak to what the previous city manager was or was not doing with regards to PMA and the A3 Mental Health Services Working Group, but I do know that the current city manager, Shasa Curl, is very much interested, as was stated by county staff, in continuing to partner with the county and working with the city manager's working group to figure out how we can do this together.
Well, you know, the RFP was just released last month, and my understanding is that it specifically asked the consultant to work on an in-house City of Richmond program where all staff are hired and managed by the city, and the city implements the program, and a program where the city collaborates with one or more nonprofits and implements the program, and a majority of staff are hired and managed by nonprofits. And finally, a program where the city collaborates with the A3 program for implementation and or staffing. So it sounds like it sounds like our RFP is looking at 3 different models.
So it was about, yes, I do want to say the initial plan was for the city to, in my understanding, when I came aboard and to provide support to the task force, was for us to try and go it alone. Very similar to what Antioch, I think, is doing and what they had already tried to do. But we have, with this RFP, we are asking a consultant, if we decide to enter into the contract with the consultant, to look at various models, because we didn't want to do it. You know, as staff, we were like, we need to broaden our perspective, broaden our horizons, and think about what are other ways that we can do this work. And so it's not just about us doing it alone, because we know the county was doing work. So we wanted to make sure we had somebody that could provide the data, do the research, and then present information back to city council in a way that city staff could not do it. So we want to provide all of you with all of the information you need to determine how we move forward. And so a good example, I think, is what Dr. Tavano mentioned in terms of how Antioch is maybe having a pilot and providing some monetary support to do a pilot for level 1 response. And so that could be something that the City of Richmond wants to do. We might say we're going to just go with the county, but that was the idea of the RFP, was to expand what I initially understood the task force wanted, and to expand it so we could do more research and bring data to city council so you can make an informed decision about how to move forward with or without the county.
It just seems to me like it's a waste of time and money for the city to be looking at going it alone when the county has substantial resources that we're all paying for, Measure X, right? And the county is starting to make substantial, progress. So
we understand, and I think all of these conversations are extremely helpful. An RFP was released. Once again, just because you release an RFP doesn't mean you have to enter into contract, and we will do whatever the council directs us to do in terms of moving.
Okay, Councilmember Bates, you still have a hand up. Is that you have something else?
No, I'm concluded. Thank you.
Okay, are there any public speakers?
Yes, we do have public speakers.
Okay, go ahead and call them.
Group of speakers this evening are Benjamin Terrio, Lisa Johnson, Emily Ross, Oscar Garcia, Lewis, Hulan Barnett, Sean Dunning, and Ben Terrio seems to have a second hand up, and Carol Johnson, followed by Steve Bischoff. Ben Terrio, you may begin. Ben, please unmute yourself. You may begin. Let me try his other device. Hold on one moment. Ben Terrio, you may begin.
Thank you, was my other hand. Thank you, Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. I definitely want to thank the presentation for its accurate account of A3. A3 is a great model. This is something that we have needed in this community and communities all across Contra Costa County for a long time. And then from a law enforcement perspective, it is a long time coming, because many of us in this profession have wanted to have different response models. And it's unfortunate, really, it took the tragedy of George Floyd to bring this up to the surface into modern day conversation. And again, a host of other tragedies as well. This is a good model for the future. We need to embrace this and hopefully that we can export this model to other places in California as we change the role that law enforcement has in mental and behavioral health response. I think many of us in this profession have been looking forward to this for a long time, and I hope that we embrace it here in the City of Richmond as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. I'm strongly in support of a community crisis response program and believe everyone in the community supports this endeavor. As the council knows, I've been asking for months for the county and the supervisor to come and present to the public on Measure X, and most recently in April regarding Measure X and A3. So thank you to the supervisor and CCHS for coming and presenting tonight on the public's behalf. To date, the discussion and action that has been pursued from the beginning by the RPA council members and the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force will, in my educated opinion, be irresponsible, put our city and its residents at further risk, and I have several legitimate concerns. Why did the city pursue an RFP last month to examine anything other than joining the county's A3 program? It's a waste of our tax dollars and our time. There were 3 options that the mayor just summarized in that RFP: an in-house, go-it-alone city program, a program where the city collaborates with 1 or more nonprofits to again go it alone, or a program where the city collaborates with the A3 program for implementation and or staffing. The county's A3 program is fully funded using Measure X dollars, which Richmond residents and taxpayers already pay into. Supervisor Joya has told more than one community person that Richmond is the only city currently not participating in the A3 program and has instead decided to go it alone, creating an independent and redundant program. That Antioch may also be considering a program is not surprising, since Councilmember Tamisha Walker is also on the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. The city is broke, yet the council members of the RPA are pursuing this separate mechanism with no ability to fund it. You're putting our police officers and firefighters at risk with their reduced staffing and continual stress and overtired and overtime work. How do you account for servicing their mental health?
Thank you. The next speaker is Emily Ross. Emily, you may begin.
Good evening, thank you. A lot of gratitude all around to the council members who brought this forward. Of course, the Hall family for their advocacy, Dr. Pierce for the presentation, Director Roth, Dr. Tavano, and Supervisor Joya for the additional context on other county initiatives around housing and healthcare. I'm very excited to hear about A3 and its many components, including the Miles Hall Crisis Call Center, the A3 facility, and the staffing resources that you're planning. Having a county-wide response system and safe place for people to go where they can get care that they need is so critical. Our county as a whole definitely needs this program, and our city has specific localized needs and high needs relative to other parts of the county. So I'm also feeling hopeful about Richmond's own community crisis response program and the ways our city and county can collaborate to provide comprehensive behavioral health services. Us launching the CCRP does not mean we are going it alone, rather that we want services tailored to our community, which will supplement existing services, the county and other services. So I disagree with the previous speaker who stated, investment in mental health services is a waste of Richmond's money. Not at all, not at all. We need this. Coordinated systems of care are crucial. It's beautiful to hear the spirit of collaboration that the county's taken with Richmond and the other cities who are launching programs in their jurisdictions. So thanks to city staff that are working on the Richmond CCRP, and gratitude to anyone who is working to enhance mental health and substance use service in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Oscar Garcia. Oscar, you may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Oscar Garcia, born and raised in the Iron Triangle. One of the things that continues to be an issue here in the neighborhood is poor maintenance and just overall poor quality of the streets and the landscaping in the city. And to hear that the city is even considering going at it alone and not pursuing the option that's already funded by the county seems like a huge disservice to those that are receiving subpar services throughout the city. And I'm particularly worried about our youth who are not having open rec centers during the summer when they really need them. And instead, we're willing to throw away money to prove some point that is not very clear to me. I'm also very disappointed to hear that we're wasting money on this RFP when the option, or it's very clear based on the city's finances, that we should be leveraging this county program similar to what San Pablo is doing. In my opinion, if it's good enough for San Pablo, it's good enough for Richmond. It's very simple. San Pablo and Richmond have very similar needs. And if it's good enough for San Pablo, it definitely is good enough for Richmond. So any further talk of going at it alone is a waste of money. And I cannot disagree further from the previous speaker who chooses to waste our city funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lewis. Lewis, please state your last name for the record. You may begin.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Luis Chacon, and sorry, my sound is cutting in and out, but I am a member of the task force. I'm calling tonight. First of all, thank you to the presenters from the county. It's really great to see a lot of efforts being made on behalf of the county to support our folks in our community with mental health issues and mental health crises. I do find it interesting that a lot of the folks that are bringing up this quote, going at it alone narrative, are folks who don't really come to the Reimagining Public Task Force meetings. So it seems like just another kind of catchphrase that's being built. I don't think it makes any sense for the city of Richmond to go quote at it alone. I think when we're talking about supporting folks through mental health crisis, the more support that we have for folks, obviously the better. And that's something that I would say as a task force member is something that I would definitely push for, and something that as a task force, I think is something that we've always tried to elevate, just that ongoing collaboration, not only within the city, but also within the county and the city. So that's something that I personally look forward to, just that collaboration between the city's crisis response program and the county. I don't think the context of the times can be ignored. I'm glad the last caller brought up youth. Actually, there are a lot of youth programs that are happening over the summer. RISE is active in summer programs. The YMCA is hosting different programs at different schools. Out here at Richmond High, we are getting ready to host a various number of summer programs for our youth. So if any of you all have youth that are interested in that, please feel free to contact me. On the topic of youth, though, I was going to say, in terms of these crisis response programs, the need is going to go up as the years come by.
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Hewlin Barnett. Hewlin, you may begin. Hewlin, please unmute yourself. You may begin. Okay, we'll have to come back to Mr.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Oh yeah, so I want to just add to the county coming here, and those services are needed, but the fact that we lost the county hospital, the fact that there are containers in the gully of Fred Jackson Way, the fumes from refinery oxidation ponds continue to be a health hazard to local communities. The blight in this county was ignored in spite of my bringing this to the present supervisor's attention for the last 5 years. Sideshows and donuts have continually gone unchecked. Senior housing has been turned into crack houses. The closure of the Pinot Animal Shelter, no plan for local business recovery that have been hurt by the pandemic, a lack of family activity, resources, and engagement, no plan to ease the concern for wildfire threats in El Sobrante. I mean, I understand that we have to look out for our most vulnerable, but also there are families here who I talk to every day who are saying that the county does very little for the community. And so I hope that you guys in Richmond recognize that and can recognize 24 years of the current supervisor has been a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sean Dunning. Sean, you may begin.
Hi, good evening. This is Sean Dunning. I'm a Richmond resident. And I just, I wanted to point out that the fact that our own mayor had to ask a pretty fundamental clarifying question speaks a lot to transparency or lack thereof with regard to just what is happening and not. It's still not entirely clear to me if A3 serves Richmond or not. I listened very carefully and I didn't get a direct answer to that. So are we all just beating around the bush, or what's going on here? Is it the case that Anywhere doesn't actually address Richmond because we're doing our own thing? And if that's a misunderstanding, then Supervisor Joya or someone else, please do clarify.
It serves Richmond.
Okay, thank you. So there may be a misunderstanding floating around there then. And if it does serve Richmond, then this begs another question around just fundamentals of organizational effectiveness and systems and fiscal responsibility. Do we really need a redundant system? I think Lewis made a good point, and others made a good point that, the more support, the better. But could it be possible to offer more support without reinventing the wheel? Could there be ways to augment the system such that it's the county program? They've got an entire health department. Mental health is a county mandate, not a city mandate. It should be in their wheelhouse from the beginning. Not to be too cynical, but if we ever go bankrupt, at least we'll know we're in good hands when we go into receivership. It's so frustrating to hear about last minute fundamental questions coming up, a year after things are first talked about. And I would sure hope that, down the road, we can see more genuine collaboration, which means bringing all voices to the table at the very beginning, not at the end. And so I hope Ms. White was correct in that we're not going to be duplicating services. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carol Johnson. Carol, you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I have one quick comment, and that is that it was a great presentation regarding the Miles Hall Crisis Center. And one issue that I don't understand about what the mayor said is if he was so concerned about why the city is not utilizing the county, the programs that are going to be offered, then I don't know why when they were in the initial planning meetings for the crisis center, the Miles Hall Crisis Center, that the mayor or the previous city manager did not bother to show up in any of those county planning meetings. And you had representatives from all the other cities in the county, but not from Richmond. So I don't understand that right there. I yield my time.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Steve Bischoff, followed by Sarah Cantor, Deborah, Marisol, Jamin, and Anthony Woodard. Stephen, you may begin.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, City Council, Mayor. I really was enjoying the presentation. I think it lays things out a lot more clearly and also really paints a time frame for this. It's not like it's all going to happen tomorrow, but it's great to see how it's being planned and the scope of the program. So I'm really glad to hear about it. I've read about it some, so I had some idea what was actually going on, but it's really good to hear about. Second thing is I was really glad to hear when I saw the RFP, actually that the Reimagining Task Force was really considering something other than the city just doing it by themselves. So that was a piece of good news as far as I can tell, because it seems to me just foolish not to collaborate with the county as much as possible, especially when you're looking at a program like AC3 or A3 really. The last thing is in terms of community input, I understand there's going to be a session on Thursday. I'm president of a neighborhood council, May Valley, and I know I didn't hear about the first one of those sessions that took place in April. I hadn't heard about this one until tonight, and I just think it'd be kind of nice to have a better process of securing community input if that's the idea. So I would suggest at least letting neighborhood councils know that this kind of thing is happening with enough notice to be able to plan to take part in it. So thank you. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sarah Cantor. Sarah, you may begin.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Supervisor Joya and everyone from the county for the presentation. Really excited about everything that you all have in the works. I want to speak to the need for a specific, a Richmond-specific program, which doesn't need to be, I believe that it should be run by the city, but it doesn't need to be. But what Richmond really needs is a team that is dedicated to Richmond, that understands the specific cultural needs of Richmond. General cultural humility is lovely and is needed for a team that is supposed to work everywhere in the county, but that's not a substitute for people who are from Richmond working in Richmond. So I think that given the specific needs of our city, it makes sense to make sure that we have both. I'm so sorry for the background noise. And the other thing I wanted to speak to is the idea that Richmond was ever considering just fully going it alone. This program was always going to be created in collaboration with the county, with local agencies, with the community. It was meant to be a collaborative program from the very beginning. I also, this is petty, but I'm going to say it anyways. The idea that the mayor asking a basic question means that information hasn't been given is completely false. That means that he has not been paying attention, or more likely is disingenuously asking a question to try to prove a point. So I really want to just correct that notion. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Deborah. Deborah, please state your last name for the record and you may begin.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, my name is Deborah Small. I am a Richmond resident and I'm also chair of the Richmond Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force. And I'm speaking specifically to the claim that's been made and repeated by numerous people that the intention of the task force was to somehow not work collaboratively with the county and to cause the city to waste money. At the time that we put forward the proposal for the Community Crisis Response Program, the Miles Hall bill had not yet been approved, the money had not been allocated, and it wasn't clear whether or not that initiative was actually going to take off and be fully funded. As time has progressed, and once it was clear that that program was approved and funded, the task force has specifically focused on looking to see how we could work collaboratively. And one of the reasons that the CCRP has not yet been fully implemented was because we wanted to see what was happening with the county and to figure out how to best design a program for Richmond that would work closely. The fact that an RFP has been issued at a minimum amount of money is, I just find it amazing that people want to claim that we're wasting money when we're actually trying to figure out how to design a program that will work best for our city. And I really wish that people would appreciate and honor the sacrifice and time that we're making as volunteers to make our city better for everyone and stop continuing to castigate negative aspersions and assumptions about the work that we're doing. Come to our meeting, listen to our conversations, see who we are, and recognize that we love Richmond as much as everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maricel Cantu. Maricel, you may begin.
Hi, this is Marisol Cantu. I am a Reimagining Richmond Public Safety Task Force member. I am also a District 6 resident and a third-generation Richmond resident. And I have many family members that have seen the county fail them. And over the county has failed many people in Richmond, including Miles Hall. And this is disturbing to hear so many people really looking as a way to possibly attack the task force for reimagining a different way to intervene and create an appropriate response to a mental health crisis line. I applaud the county for doing what they can, and I hope that in the future we can work strategically. The task force and the Community Crisis Response Program can work strategically together, in particular to leverage funding for a program specific to Richmond. I also want to touch base on the fact that when this program, just like our chair just noted, when this program began, Miles Hall was not fully up and running, and still it is in early stages, and it just needs to have a lot of support and input. And so I continue our Richmond residents to engage with the county and to engage with the task force. I am interested to see how the county is going to, I also am concerned about this cultural humility. I'm really looking for programs that are addressing anti-Blackness, addressing racism, addressing white supremacy, and making sure that our entire community is safe when we're asking simply for a.
I'm sorry, that was my mistake. Let me see if I can find her to get her 8 seconds back. My apologies. Marcel, you may unmute yourself. I'm sorry. Please reclaim your 8 seconds.
Thank you. Can I reclaim my 8 seconds?
Yes, I apologize. My apologies. Please proceed.
Thank you. I would hope that I encourage the community to continue to work with the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force and the county to imagine an alternative to mental health crises. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and our next speaker is Jamin. Jamin, please state your last name for the record and you may begin.
Hello, my name is Jamin Purcell. I'm a Richmond resident. I would first like to thank John Joya and the county staff that helped put this together. It was a great presentation. I would also like to thank Melvin and Gail for their continued advocacy for community crisis. I also want to echo what has been said already, that this information has been very well distributed. It has been very much been pushed through the communities to try and collect information from what the citizens of Richmond want. And I don't understand the idea of why more help with mental health services is somehow a waste. It is not. There's no such thing as redundancy when you're helping people in some of the hardest points of their life. It is important that we have things that are local, that are catered to our population, that are catered to, as Marisa said, to address issues of racism and anti-Blackness and issues that are specifically facing, that citizens are specifically facing in the city of Richmond. It is so important that people recognize that what Measure X was doing was still in the process. This was not a fixed outcome. And what they have been doing on the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force has been incredible in the amount of time and energy and the amount of thought and the consideration that has been put forward to be able to try and help the citizens of Richmond. And anyone who is saying that there was a waste or that it is somehow redundant is not paying attention, because people are still suffering and they still need help. We have just come out of we are still in the midst of a pandemic, and we are trying to come out of it, and people are going to continue to need help. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Anthony Woodard. Anthony, you may begin.
Good evening. My name is Anthony Woodard, President of Local 188. Thanks to the county staff for the nice presentation. The City of Richmond will benefit greatly from A3, and Local 188 is in full support of A3. The only question that I have, is there any way that the City of Richmond can create its own crisis team while being funded through the county? You're my time.
Mr. Woodard, we're unable to hear you if you are still speaking. Okay, and that was our last speaker.
That was your last speaker?
Yes, that was our last speaker.
Thank you.
Okay, I see 2 hands up for closing comments. Go ahead, Councilmember Willis, and then Supervisor Joya.
Set in a 2-minute timer for myself. Yeah, briefly, just to address some of the comments. Thank you again, Supervisor Joya and County Health staff for coming out. I'm just going to speak from my perspective. During our Reimagine Public Safety budgeting process last year, when we were considering said recommendations, there was money approved by the council to set aside money for crisis response. And this was before the November 16th meeting that the supervisors had, where they allocated Measure X funding to go to fully fund the Miles Hall Wellness Hub. I thought the city was having conversations, but I found out this year that the county did reach out to the city. Whatever the reason, you know, they never got in touch, or the city never participated. But also, unfortunately, we tend to treat our city and city staff like Google. We send them out on multiple tasks thinking that it's going to get done quickly, when really our staff are at capacity with the multiple controversial issues that we deal with today. So I tend to want to give them a little slack, because our staff are working hard. So that's why I know personally on my end, I reached out to the county health department, had a meeting with Dr. Pierce about it, got our city manager involved, our new city manager, because this was a council decision. And I had no idea that Councilmember Jimenez was also doing work to engage with the health department and John Joya, until Trina hit me up and said, hey, you were concerned about this. Do you want to sponsor this item with Councilmember Jimenez? Now I'm doing my part, at least trying to get us all on the same page, so the money that we set aside for crisis response in Richmond could be as successful as possible, and we can have a healthy collaborative relationship with the county. And to the county staff, please also reach out to Rubicon Program, Richmond Build, and the local labor unions to try to get more people to hire into A3 so it can roll out quicker and be as successful as possible. That's my time. Okay, thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Supervisor Joya.
Yeah, I just wanted to make some closing remarks. And I want to say first, I feel optimistic that there's a path forward to strengthen the collaboration and partnership. And I want to also restate, the county health department is equally committed to cultural competency. I mean, remember there are a number of communities around the county similar to Richmond: Bay Point, Pittsburgh, parts of Antioch, Rodeo, the Monument Corridor in Concord, San Pablo, that have very similar cultural competency issues of how do we provide this very important response to communities in ways that are unique to that community. And I appreciate that Richmond has been looking into this for some time. And I think in going forward, I sort of view this county A3 program could be a base. And however Richmond wants to adapt to it, augment it, similar to the discussions in San Pablo, for example, I know the county health department would welcome further discussion about how to move forward in a way that makes sense for Richmond, given the A3 program. So I think, I don't want to cast blame on the past, but for whatever reason, your former city manager chose not to be involved in the countywide effort when the city managers pretty much opened the planning group to any city manager. Although in many discussions recently with your current city manager, I'm confident that, she will be, either her or her designee from the city manager's office will be involved and will be participating. And I think, Anna, you said there's like a governance group for this, right? And it would be really welcome and great for Richmond to be part of the governance effort for A3. And I think, so I realize that, things are getting fine-tuned as you go forward. So knowing this, with this information, this may be helpful in how you fine-tune what you're doing going forward and how to partner. And I know that's always been your intention, and I will do anything I can to make sure the health department is responsive and working with all of you. And I think ultimately we'll hopefully end up in a good place and have a great program. So I just wanted to offer those remarks. And my hope is that we all come together. I think everybody who spoke today wants to end up at the same place. They want to have important, culturally competent mental health crisis response in Richmond and around the county. And I think we can get there. And everybody should accept each other's good faith on this effort. And I think that will lead to the best path forward.
Okay, thank you. That concludes that item. Madam Clerk, we're going to move on to the budget session items. Starting.
So Mayor, you're doing animal services later. I know Beth Ward, the animal services director, is around as well.
Well, okay. I don't know. This is what the council.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, letting you know that she's on.
Yeah, okay. So we're moving into the budget session in reverse order from the from the agenda. So we'll start with item R3.
Yes.
Could you read that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, item R3 is to receive a budget presentation from the city manager and community development and community services departments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Dear Mayor Butt and members of the City Council, Shasta Curl, City Manager, this evening we are continuing this item, and so to be thoughtful about time, given the pressing matters you have on your agenda, I would like to go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Velasco, Community Development Director. KCR2, if you could kindly pull up the slides and advance them to the Community Development slide. That would be great. And so just as a way of background, after community development and community services, we'd like to hear from public safety. And then at your next meeting on June 7th, our intention is to come back with a series of recommendations to enable you to have the framework to adopt a balanced budget within the month of June. So we'll be bringing forward a series of assumptions for your approval. And with that, it looks like we're at community development instead of community, it looks like we're at community services instead of community development. KCRT, can you kindly advance to community development, or should we ask LaShonda to jump in?
So KCRT, we gave you different slide decks. So this is for community services. Community development has a separate PowerPoint presentation that Mubin sent to you. But I'm happy to, our department is happy to go if that is helpful.
Which one is it? R1, R2, or 3? He's having trouble finding it.
R3, Richard.
This is Mubin Kader. So KCRT, can I run the presentations instead?
Go ahead.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Mubin. Thank you, Richard.
So I'm getting started. So please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Lena Velasco, the Director of Community Development. I am here this evening with Eva Mann, who's the Code Enforcement Manager, as well as Chris Casanchoa, the Building Official. I also wanted to take a moment to quickly acknowledge Iquan Choi, Maggie Choi, and Rita Martinez, who helped support the budget for this department. Next slide, please. So as the council may recall, the Community Development Department was really formed as part of a restructuring effort that occurred in 2020. So the Community Development Department is comprised of the Planning Division, Building Division, Code Enforcement, Housing, as well as the successor agency. And so next slide, please. We are currently a team of 34. We have 35. We have 30, no, I apologize. We have 36 positions that are within our budget. However, we currently have 5 vacancies. We have 1 vacancy in code enforcement, 1 vacancy in building, 1 vacancy in planning, and 2 vacancies in housing. The code enforcement officer position 2, the recruitment has opened and recently closed. So we're hopeful we're going to get a certified list to be able to fill that position soon. In building, we have 1 building inspector position that also recently was promoted and opened and is now also closed. So we are also hopeful that we will have that position. The planning manager position is currently on hold, so that position will be vacant for the time being. The housing division has the housing manager position, which is currently vacant, as well as a planner position. I'm happy to announce that we have made an offer for the housing manager position. And so following background checks, we expect to have that position filled June 16th. Next slide, please. So with that, I will pass it to Eva to talk about code enforcement.
Good evening, Mayor Butt and City Council members. I'm Eva Mann, Code Enforcement Manager, and I would like to share what we do and a little bit about the code enforcement team. What we do, we preserve, improve, and stabilize the physical and the social and the economic health of our neighborhoods. Code enforcement officers conduct private property inspections, investigate complaints, educate, seeks voluntary compliance, and provide enforcement by issuing notice of violations and tiered administrative citations. With regard to enforcement, we are legally required to allow due process under the US Constitution's 14th Amendment and the Richmond Municipal Code. Likewise, we are also compelled by the 4th Amendment to obtain lawful access onto private properties for inspections and abatement purposes. The enforcement process often involves administrative appeals and abatement warrants to compel compliance. As a result of these legal requirements, the enforcement process is often delayed. With that, please be mindful of these legal requirements when seeking updates on reported complaints or code enforcement issues. We also partner and collaborate with city staff, outside governmental agencies, and the community to provide comprehensive services. Code enforcement is a team of 8 staff members totaling 151 cumulative years of service with an average of 19 years per employee. Staffing consists of 1 administrative aide, 6 code enforcement officers, and 1 code enforcement manager. Next slide, please. Code enforcement officers provide education, inspections, investigations, and enforcement actions on residential and commercial private properties throughout the city. The stats above are a sample of what we did in fiscal year 21-22. We issued 16 cannabis business permits, completed over 1,000 inspections, issued 224 administrative citations, and issued over 800 code enforcement notices. Next slide, please. Here's what we plan to do in fiscal year 22-23. Develop and implement alcohol, tobacco, and taxi permit programs, including updating the RMC, increase in the vacant property registration enforcement, continued enforcement on dangerous blighted properties that devalue and destabilize our community, increase vehicle abatement enforcement on private properties. Additionally, due to hazards, industry hazards like risk and dangers code enforcement officers encounter, effective January 1, 2022, Senate Bill 296 mandated officer safety standards for all agencies overseeing code enforcement officers. Although code enforcement officers are not peace officers, but are subject to verbal abuse, harassment, and even violence. So they really appreciate your cooperation and understanding. Next slide, please. This slide is an overview of our budgets, the revised budget for fiscal year 21-22 and the draft budget for fiscal year 22-23. Although there is enough work in the city to employ another 7 code enforcement officers in addition to what we have, however, as you can see, we have submitted basically a baseline budget. This concludes the code enforcement portion of the presentation. I will now turn it back over to Lena.
Thank you, Eva. Next slide. So I'm going to talk about the Housing Successor Agency and what we do. So recognizing that right now the housing division is a staff of 1, with a lot of support from colleagues and team members. So we are in the process of completing the recognized obligation projects, which are Miraflores, which is the rehabilitation of the historic structures, as well as Metro Walk Phase 2, which is development of the east side of the Richmond BART station. We also manage the city's loan portfolio. So we used to have Cal Home funds, as well as CDBG funds that provided low interest loans for families. And so we often get subordination requests or payoff requests that we respond to. In addition, we administer the city's inclusionary housing and affordable housing nexus fee program. This includes the monitoring of regulatory units. So in June, we will be bringing forward some guidelines for implementation of the inclusionary housing and affordable housing nexus fee. We're also working on updating all the regulatory agreements associated with those programs. In addition, we also administer the successor agency's deed of trust that were added to Marina Bay developments as part of a development agreement and improvements the successor agency, back then the redevelopment agency, made in Marina Bay. We also administer the Fair Chance Housing Ordinance and are working with the Richmond Rapid Response Fund in providing rental assistance. And this division is also overseeing the development of the homelessness strategic plan. Next slide. So what we accomplished in fiscal year 21-22 is we supported the Richmond Housing Authority in completing phase 1 studies using EPA brownfield assessment funds that were awarded to the city and administered through the housing division. We were also successful in obtaining matching funds for the homelessness strategic plan. And we have obtained a new $600,000 grant from the EPA to continue brownfield assessments that would support redevelopment of sites. We also obtained a $4.8 million encampment resolution grant from the state to help resolve and provide housing options for the Castro encampment. And we also successfully partnered with Richmond Land to obtain a breakthrough grant, which will support the city in providing a housing fellow to help further equitable housing policies within the city. And that will be a 2-year funding program. Next slide, please. So what we plan to do in fiscal year 22-23, we will hire a housing manager that will help lead the division and expand the programming and offerings we have for the division. We will continue to assist the Housing Authority in the disposition and redevelopment of Nystrom Village as well as Nevin Plaza. We also hope to complete the development and adoption of the homelessness strategic plan to help focus efforts around supporting the unhoused residents in Richmond. We also have several surplus properties that we would like to begin the disposition process with additional support that will help offer affordable housing options as well as other opportunities within the city. The housing division is also going to help support the development of the housing element as well as the housing equity roadmap. We will begin implementation of the encampment resolution funding project at the Castro by encampment by providing services, hiring contractors to help support our work. We also hope to complete the DDA amendments for the Metro Walk Phase 2 that would reflect a denser project than was originally contemplated in 2002. And we also hope to accomplish the beginning rehabilitation of the historic structures at Miraflores, which the first part of that is moving the buildings and putting them on foundations within the private development site. Next slide, please. So the budget for the housing division is very much baseline. While it does show a negative, the funds are really coming from reserves as well as program income and restricted funds. So we are planning to hopefully start issuing notices of funding availability to help provide gap funding for projects that would support either the preservation or construction of affordable housing options within the city. So there is no impact to the general fund, and we've been successful in paying off our deferred loans from the city to support, and part of that has been from staff savings for salaries as well as benefits. Next slide. So similar to the housing budget, the successor agency budget also reflects what was approved in the ROPS. As the council knows, redevelopment agencies were dissolved in 2012. And so because we still have recognized obligations, we are still receiving some funding twice a year from the state that helps support the completion of those projects. But again, other expenditures are coming from reserved funds or restricted funds that the agency holds. Next slide. Okay, so with that, I will pass it over to Chris.
Good evening, Mayor Butt and members of the council. My name is Chris Casanchoa, and I'm the building official. I will be presenting a few slides on behalf of the planning and building divisions. The first of which is what we do. Before I get into that, I'd like to share a little bit about who we are. The planning division is a team of 9 staff members, totaling 99 cumulative years of service for an average of about 11 years per employee. And the building division is a team of 13 staff members, totaling 226 cumulative years of service, an average of over 17 and a half years per employee. So we have a lot of long-term employees between the two divisions. Now a little bit about what we do. In the interest of time, I'll just call your attention to a few of the items we have here. The planning division, some of their key items are they review land use and development projects for consistency with the general plan and the zoning ordinance. And they lead and partner in the preparation of grant applications for capital projects, plan implementation, and plan development. A couple of the key items that the building division does functions for are the enforcement and code of California Code of Regulations, Title 24, also known as the Building Standards Codes, the California Health and Safety Code, and of course, the Richmond Municipal Code, all of these as they relate to construction. We also manage the residential rental inspection program to help ensure minimum housing quality standards, and we complete habitability inspections related to those issues. And then finally, both units, planning and building, we continue to implement technologies that improve our efficiencies and streamline our services. Next slide, please. A little bit about what we did in addition to our day-to-day stuff in fiscal year 21-22. We issued nearly 3,000 building permits, 259 of which were for dwelling units, and also we have another over 700 dwelling units are either entitled or under review. We also supported the development and the adoption of the natural gas ban, and we secured 1.2 million in grant funding for the Hilltop Area Specific Plan. And finally, we initiated the 6th cycle housing element update. Next slide, please. You have a couple photos there of some key projects that were completed in 2021. The slide on the left is the terraces at Nevin, a 271 unit development, 268 units of which are affordable. And the lower picture is the Noma subdivision, total of 193 units, which is completely sold out. Next slide, please. What we plan to do in fiscal year 22-23, in addition, of course, to our day-to-day functions, is to complete the triennial building code adoption with any local amendments that we implement. We'll continue to implement technologies and processes that will improve our permitting efficiencies and streamlining of those. And then building is intending to recruit and hire and train new building inspection staff in preparation for upcoming staff retirements. Planning will participate and collaborate on regional planning efforts and complete the visioning and preferred land use plan alternative for the Hilltops area specific plan. And finally, another highlight for 22-23 will be adoption of the 6th cycle housing element and obtain HCD certification. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Lena to take us over the finish line. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just wanted to review a few projects that were approved in this fiscal year. Cherry Blossom Row, it's a 100-unit townhouse project located in the Southwest Annex neighborhood. The project will include 10% moderate rate income units and will be a for sale product. And this is being sponsored by City Ventures. Next slide. In addition, the Barrett Avenue single room occupancy, it's a 17-unit single room occupancy development at the corner of Barrett Avenue and 21st Street. This project is currently under construction and will be hopefully occupiable by the end of the year. Next slide. This is the Richmond Country Club residential project. It's a 98-unit single-family subdivision on land formerly owned by the Richmond Country Club. The plan check on the project is complete and construction of the units is anticipated in early fall. Next slide, please. In addition, there's a 155,000 industrial warehouse office building at the corner of Cutting and Canal. This project too was recently approved and is undergoing plan check, and construction is anticipated to begin later this year. Next slide. So for the planning budget, we are again anticipating a baseline budget. Given projects we're anticipating in the pipeline, we believe revenues will be consistent with this current fiscal year. We have a slight minor decrease in our revenues, and that's just due to the completion of certain grant funded projects that we will complete this fiscal year. And I'm happy to answer any questions, and just wanted to take a moment to thank all the staff who has worked really hard to serve this community and be accessible both during COVID and post-COVID. And so we just thank the council and this community for the opportunity to serve them, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Lena. Any questions from council members? Councilmember Jimenez, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Lena, and all the staff that presented. This is really informative, and I like the format that you are doing this presentation. I have one question about the planning and building division, and in the budget, the last year budget, you have a negative balance, and so I just wanted, if you can talk a little more about why this occurred, and how you are like, I see that there is not going to be negative balance this year, but how is that approach to make sure that we don't continue to have this negative balance? And then my other question is around the residential rental inspection program. And if you can give us more information about that, how many inspection, who does it, how much it costs, and from that, how many citations and actually results, like we have with the program.
Okay. Well, I'll start with the negative fund balance. So I will say Munis is a little bit confusing sometimes with the parentheses because it looks like a negative, but I will say we are fully cost recovery as a department. Again, most of the majority of the revenue is being generated through building permits versus planning applications. But I think we did see a savings in this fiscal year with one, the not filling the planning manager position. So that position has been vacant since the beginning of the fiscal year. In addition, we did hire planners, I want to say early November and late November. So we also did see a little bit of a salary savings between July and November from when the fiscal year started. So I'm confident that we're able to maintain. We've continued to review our fees in the master fee schedule and are keeping track of our revenues to make sure that we aren't putting an undue burden on the general fund. Now in terms, did you have an addition?
Sorry, yeah, so you mentioned the planning manager is on hold. Also, why you decided that this is a good decision, or what is that decision about?
Well, I think we're waiting for the class and comp study, to be completed and to figure out, again, because we are a fee for service department, we want to make sure we are able to cover the cost. My background is mostly in planning. And so we think with the housing manager, it will alleviate some of the time that I'm dedicating to that to help provide some of that support for the planning division more specifically. So, that may change, as needs in the department change. And so we are asking for the position to still be funded, but it may be unfilled for a period of time. So in terms of the residential rental inspection program, so we are contracting both the administration as well as the inspection services. So I would need to get you more specifics in terms of how many units we inspect per year. The majority of the program is on a 3-year cycle, including if it's more than a certain amount of units, it's a sample of the units actually get inspected. And so one of the areas, as you heard Eva mentioned, that we do want to focus on that may require some ordinance amendments is in the enforcement of the residential rental inspection program. We are unfortunately still dealing with landlords that are failing to register their properties. And so we do need to take more serious action to comply enforcement. So we are working on that, and we've met with and have some suggestions on how to do that with legal staff. Did I answer all your questions, Councilmember?
Yeah, I will be looking for your information about the residential rental inspection more. But yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember McLaughlin, go ahead.
Yes, this is on the rental inspection ordinance, Lena. As you know, I met with you and with a group of residents and tenant lawyers that are very interested in revising the rental inspection ordinance. And I know there was some different points of view as to how much we could revise right at this point. But I believe we kind of left it as to staff coming up with some ideas as to what could be revised at this point to make a better inspection ordinance, so that actually the residents who are suffering from rodents and leakage, I mean, these were ACE members and ACE tenant lawyers who spend their whole dedication in terms of their efforts, staff and volunteer efforts on tenants' rights. And they clearly see a problem with our residents not getting their inspection, their apartments inspected and repaired in a timely way and in an effective way through our ordinance. So if you could give me a sense of when you might be able to come up with staff's recommendations for what changes to better impact the quality of life of our tenants through this ordinance, when those recommendations might be ready?
Well, I think we're looking at them internally as well as talking to our contractors to understand if they have the capacity to support the additional work that may result from some of the changes. So I think our goal is to, work with legal staff and come back probably with a report back in a couple of weeks, just as an update of what we think could happen. Now, to get it to council may take a little bit longer than that, but I know there's urgency in making sure that we have the enforcement teeth, because I think that's where we feel like we lack right now. In addition, we are responding to, the stories that we heard, and we are following up and completing habitability inspections with those properties. So we do think it's very important that if a tenant is facing some habitability issues, that they contact the city, because we are able to do something, whether it's through the residential inspection program or through our building inspectors. But if we don't know, and if it's not being reported to us, it's very difficult. And I understand there's some hesitation sometimes for fear of retaliation, but we're here to serve. So we definitely want the opportunity to do that.
Okay, so it sounds like in 2 weeks you'll have some more information, maybe provided by email eventually, maybe a little bit longer before it comes to council. But any information you can provide in a couple of weeks would be helpful. And on your overall presentation, thank you very much. Very well done. Looking forward to the housing manager appointment process or hiring process happening. And thank you for all your work and for a great presentation.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, are there any public speakers on this item?
Yes.
Okay, so I think we'll be moving now to R2, right?
We have one public speaker.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Madeline Law, you may begin.
Good evening. My name is Madeline Law, and I'm the president in Park Plaza neighborhood. And I have a question about the Miraflores project. And I want to be sure that I heard what I did in regards to the Miraflores project will be included in the 2022-23 budget. Does that mean that this project is going to be agendized soon for council to make a decision on it? And if so, can you give me a timeline on when that might happen? That's directed for Lena, please.
Mayor, do you want me to respond?
Is it possible?
Well, this is really not about the Miraflores.
Okay, well then I'll finish my time.
I'm going to ask Lena to get in touch with you privately and respond.
Okay, well, and that's fine. I just did see it. I know we have been working on this project. Many people are aware. Some of the council members are very much aware that this project has been in the mix. We have been working on it for 28 years.
Yeah. Okay.
And, and I just want to say that if it is coming up to be, on agenda, that we in the neighborhood of Park Plaza would be overly happy for it to be agendized, passed, and we can get started. I'd like to see this project completed at some point. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bates, go ahead.
With all due respect, there are a number of individuals that reside in this area that are completely unaware And while we're on television, I think it would be appropriate if Mrs. Vasco could just give a very brief update summary of what is going on with the Miraflores project, how soon we anticipate that project moving forward. If you would just indulge for maybe a couple of minutes, Mrs. Vasco, to briefly articulate that to the residents who reside in that area.
Oh, okay, we can do that. Lena, you want to give us
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure, yes.
Summary?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and Vice and Councilmember Bates. So the Miraflores property owner has modified his financing model. So the City Council approved in an LDA 190 unit for sale market rate development with 20% moderate rate income affordable units. The developer was not able to get regular market financing, and so is now seeking to for the city to join a joint powers association and get workforce housing bond funding for the project. So there are several things that would happen is it would shift it from a for sale to a rental product, and then also convert it from a market rate development with some affordable to, I would say, 100% affordable, both rate mixed income. So it would have lower income units as well as moderate rate income units. So we are having to amend the land disposition agreement and bring forward kind of a financial analysis to disclose to the council what that changes in the project, how that changes the deal, and as well as the amendments to the LDA that would be needed to effectuate that change in the project should the council decide to move forward. So we are working to do that before the council recess in August. We've had some delays due to the financing the cost for consultants to support the work, but we have that now and we're proceeding to bring that forward before recess, the council recess.
Okay. Thanks, Skyler, for the report. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, let's go ahead with what? I got ahead of myself. We've got a community services presentation, right?
Item R2. That is to receive presentations from the city manager and the police and fire departments.
We actually have, we actually have a part 2 of R3, which is for community services.
Right.
Speak fast. No, I'm kidding.
You're not playing, I know you. Good evening, Mayor Budd, Vice Mayor Martinez, and City Council members. LaShonda White. I serve as the interim Director for Library and Community Services. Extremely happy to be here tonight. I've been in this position for a little over a year and I've had the pleasure of working with, and you can go to the next slide, the pleasure of working with 6 different divisions within the city. So you have employment and training, and this is the order in which you will hear from staff tonight. So employment and training, library and LEAP, Office of Neighborhood Safety, Recreation, and Transportation. I also provide support to the Department of Children and Youth, but you heard from them on May 3rd. Also, I will bring forward a brief update around the American Rescue Plan Act, as well as Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. So with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Tamara Walker, the Deputy Director for Community Services for Employment and Training. Next slide.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. Good evening, City Manager, and all of our community members. I am Tamara Walker. I am the new I'm the new Deputy Director for Employment and Training. Even though I'm new to the position, I'm not new to the city. I worked for the city in the 90s, and I'm actually the original founder of YouthWorks. In our presentation, I'm so glad that we were able to push it back because I felt a little amiss to be able to present this these PowerPoints because I don't want to take away from the work that the staff has done. So I have asked the staff to do the first 2 slides about what they have done, what work has been going on in employment and training, and then I'll do the other ones. So first up will be Fred Lucero, who is the manager for Richmond Build and Youth Build.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, good evening, Council. Members of the City of Richmond Employment and Training. I oversee Richmond Build and Richmond Youth Build, and I'm here to talk about what we do as a department. What we do as a department is we ensure a continuum of education and training opportunities that build a skilled workforce to meet current and future employer needs. We provide year-round and summer employment, career pathways training, internships, and supportive services for youth to successfully transition into adulthood. Help residents obtain good jobs in high growth, high wage occupations through regional employer partnerships. And we prepare residents for construction trade careers. Next slide, please.
Bukai.
You know, I thought that was Fred, sorry. What we did in 2021-22, we will award over $11 million to provide employment training services to Richmond residents. This include adult workers in Richmond, youth program, dislocated worker, English language learner, youth with disability, and construction trades. We serve over 500 youth through year-round summer employment and support services. We graduate 3 pre-apprenticeship construction trade, a cohort of 60 with 80% placement. We serve over 6,000 residents at our one-stop career center. Next slide, please.
What we plan to do in FY 2023. Build technical skills training career pathways and employment opportunities in high growth, high wage industries for Richmond residents. Create quality jobs that provide livable wages with benefits, offer the most direct path to economic mobility and broadly shared prosperity. Provide Richmond residents with the resources and services they need to enter, participate in, and complete broader workforce preparation, training, and education programs aligned with regional regional labor market needs. Provide access to metrics learning, an online workforce development tool for workforce training for all Richmond residents. Provide year-round work-based learning and career technical education for 500 Richmond youth ages 16 through 24. Train 100 Richmond residents for jobs and careers in the construction and renewable energy sectors. Expand direct entry agreements with building trades. Next slide. We currently have 22 positions. We have 8 positions that are not filled. We have an announcement closing on tomorrow to fill 4 positions. Our senior finance position has been put on hold, and the other 3 are more administrative, and we're hoping to reclass them. Next slide. Here is our budget. As you can see, we were negative in 2021. However, in 2022-23, we are on the positive side. So that is our presentations. Open for any questions. Oh, there was one thing that I had to mention. I want to say that the Employment and Training Department, we have heard the mayor, we have heard the city council, we have heard our community, and we have heard our city manager about the blight in Richmond. So we have been meeting with our public works department to figure out how do we build a program that will help alleviate the blight, as well as build a pathway into city employment jobs.
Thank you, Tamara. And we're going to wait for questions until all of the different divisions present. And Bean, or KCRT, if you could pull the PowerPoint back up, perfect. And start with slide 9 for library and literacy. And now we're turning it over to Ms. Yvette Williams.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Yvette Williams Barr, and I am the Associate Administrative Analyst for the Library and LEAP. And I am here tonight to present our budget. What we do, we provide diverse materials and services to meet the community's personal, cultural, educational, and professional needs, both on-site and remotely. We encourage lifelong enjoyment of reading and learning through early childhood activities and story times, author events, hands-on STEM workshops, and active readers advocacy. Promotes literacy in the areas of English as a second language, digital literacy, workforce development, civic engagement, and family literacy. We support the 5-member Library Advisory Commission, and we collaborate with the Friends of the Richmond Public Library and the Richmond Public Library Foundation. Next slide, please. What we did in fiscal year 21-22. The library reopened its West Side and Bayview branch libraries for in-person service and expanded their hours. The main library opened for 41 hours per week, and the West Side and Bayview branch libraries are open 20 hours per week. We had lunch at the library, movies to free summer lunch sites with a side of books. We were awarded $282,000 in grants, and we have $10.3 million in grants pending. We also submitted a $15 million Building Forward Library infrastructure grant application and a $342,000 Stronger Together out of school bookmobile grant that I'm happy to say we were awarded. The bookmobile grant. Added a new self-guided online learning course, Coursera, LinkedIn, Learning, Get Set Up, Learning Express, North Star Digital Library, and Skillshare. We started a new technology service lending internet hotspots and Chromebooks to increase access to library online services. Next slide, please. What we plan to do in fiscal year 22-23. The library plans to expand their open hours of service to include Saturdays at the main library, restart the in-person reading enrichment programs at the main library and Bayview and West Side branch libraries. We plan to develop a strategic plan that will include a robust community engagement. We plan to launch a marketing communications initiative to raise awareness of the library and all the wonderful activities that are taking place. We are actively seeking community partnerships and grant funding to advance the mission of the library, especially to the underserved communities. We intend to execute the California State Library Building Forward Library Infrastructure Program grant to remodel the main library and the Stronger Together grant to purchase a new customized bookmobile. We intend to add a zero emissions electric vehicle delivery van to move materials between libraries daily, improving service to the residents of Richmond. Next slide, please. Now on to the Literacy for Every Adult program, affectionately known as LEAP. Literacy for Every Adult program, LEAP, is a free program that helps adults develop the competencies and self-confidence they need to achieve their individual goals. LEAP provides GED test preparation, career online high school English as a second language, and ESL and family literacy services. LEAP combines online classes, face-to-face instruction, one-to-one tutoring to deliver a hybrid method of instruction. Learners, tutors, and teachers pair traditional instruction method with digital literacy, a core competency skill needed in today's job market. LEAP community partnerships include the Bay Area Rescue Mission, Office of Neighborhood Safety, T-Mobile, Richmond Promise, City of Richmond Youth Works, and Contra Costa County Health Services Career Pathways Program. Next slide, please. LEAP received grants to support literacy LEAP received grants to support literacy services, including adult literacy instruction, Families for Literacy Services, and English as a second language. LEAP provided literacy services to Richmond residents, offered GED preparation classes at the Bay Area Rescue Mission, partnered with the Office of Neighborhood Safety, served as host site for youth work, summer youth employees, Richmond Promise mentors, and Contra Costa County Health Services Health Career Pathways mentors. We have 3 adult learners who became members of the City of Richmond's Race and Equity team after completing LEAP's civic engagement training. We have 127 active adult learners. 14 GED certificates were earned. We have 6 students or learners who earned their high school diploma. We have 21 adults and 39 children who participate in the Family for Literacy services. During the pandemic, LEAP began to offer GED testing on-site due to official GED testing sites being closed to our students. So in order to continue to allow them to progress and move forward in obtaining their goals, we proactively went after and became a testing site for those learners. LEAP has a group of dedicated volunteers who combined donated 1,263 hours to Richmond residents, which equated to a savings of $34,985 in salary. In addition, once we became an online program and shifted our model of learning, we entered into a partnership with T-Mobile government so that we could obtain 25 free tablets for students that would allow them to continue their education at home, because these tablets included hotspots so that they were not closed out due to not having access to a computer or internet access at home. Next slide, please. What we plan to do in fiscal year 22-23, we plan to welcome limited number of students back for face-to-face instruction. We plan to add English language civics to our ESL program. We plan to hire a part-time ESL instructor with a new ESL grant that we were awarded. We plan to host a LEAP graduation. We plan to work with the library to bring back summer literacy programming services. And we plan to continue our relationship with employment and training to create a basic computer class and to offer services to their English language learner students. Next slide, please. Who we are. The library and LEAP currently have 31.7 FTEs. Next slide. This is a slide highlighting our 21-22 revised budget and our 22-23 proposed budget. I will just note that the very few changes we did have were in relation to contracts that have mandatory updates that we are obligated to. Next slide, please. And now I will pass it on to Sam Vaughn with the Office of Neighborhood Safety.
Thank you very much, Yvette. The Office of Neighborhood Safety budget presentation. I would also like to add that what we do is we're only able to do because of the innovation of the council and community support in 2007 to reimagine public safety way back then. And what they did is they created an office that was specifically designed to intervene and reduce gun violence in the city of Richmond. The 2 ways that we do this is our street outreach strategy, which engages those at the center of and most impacted by gun violence. And then our Peacemaker Fellowship, which is to engage, mentor, love, and pour tremendous amounts of resource into those most would deem unsavable. That is what we do. Next slide, please. What we did in fiscal year 21-22, as you see the numbers, we have our contacts, our hours of contacts, our fellow engagements, and our hours spent on that, referrals, conflicts mediated, shootings responded to, and our cyclical and retaliatory gun violence interrupted. And to be clear, what we consider cyclical and retaliatory gun violence interruption is conflicts that we've mediated that we know if a mediation hadn't occurred, gun violence would have been imminent. Next slide, please. What we plan to do in the next fiscal year. First, we're gonna leverage the reimagining public safety dollars that we were awarded from the task force and the council to hire and train additional staff. We will continue to expand supportive services to the new demographics that we will be reaching and outreaching to. Initially, data showed that all gun violence in this community was not all, but a large percent, 80%, 75 to 80% all gun violence in our community was African-American victims and most likely African-American suspects or perpetrators. And now because of the tremendous work that our staff has done. We have seen a 65 to 82% reduction in shootings that have led to an injury or a death. And we've sustained that for 10 years. And so because of that, and because of the input of resources, now we're going to be able to address different demographics that are having a large percentage of the new numbers, because you subtract that 65 to 82%, now you have a 25% Latinx, the unhoused population. And so we're going to start addressing those demographics in a different way. We're attempting to secure a $6 million CalVIP grant. From my understanding, fingers crossed, but I do believe next month we will be told that we were awarded that. And we're going to continue to try to make this city a safe and healthy place for everybody who works, lives, and plays here, but also for those who most feel are creating the unhealthy and unsafe place to work and play here. Next slide, please. And so this is our org chart, our position control. Last year we had 8 positions. Excuse me, the year before last we had 8 positions. We were awarded 18 positions last fiscal year. It's very difficult. HR, finance, everybody's been working very hard to hire, but it is difficult. And this is a challenging job, and it takes a special set of skills. And so we have not been able to hire most of these positions, but all of the requisitions have been put in. Like I said, HR has been working tirelessly to make this happen. We have had a number of applications put in. We've done a number of interviews. We have hired administrative staff. I am grateful to say that we have put out 3 offer letters for 3 neighborhood change agents. So we will reach that 18 very quickly. Next slide, please. And so for the budget, as you see, last year and this year seem similar, but with the influx of funds, it might confuse you. But what we have missed on this is we have a $300,000 YRG grant that we will be expending this fiscal year. We have $700,000 of the CalVIP that we will be expending this year. And if we are lucky enough to get the new CalVIP grant for $6 million, that will be another $2 million that will be added to this fiscal year. So that's add another $3 million to that 4.9. So it'll be close to $8 million in our budget this year. So I thank you all, and I will pass it on to Hope with Recreation.
Thank you, Sam. Good evening. My name is Hope Littell. I am the Senior Accountant for Recreation. It's my distinct pleasure to present a little bit about our division, staff, and budget this evening. Happens to be one of my favorite things to talk about. I'll try to be brief, but we have a really big division. We have a lot going on. Often recreation is seen as the after-school people or the folks who run the pools, but we are so much more than that. As you can see in the lower right-hand area of the slide in front of you, our division has many sections that provide wonderful services to our community. We'll start with children and family programs, which is overseen by Troy Porter. And he manages our after-school program summer camps, including the Free Achieve summer camps and youth-oriented special events. The aquatics, youth, and adult sports section is managed by Tete Kise, and he's with me this evening to provide answers to any program-related questions that may arise. I could talk all night about what Tete does, but I really appreciate him being here with us tonight. Next, we have Kimberlyn Carson Thrower's section, which is seniors, special needs, and special events. She oversees 2 busy senior centers, DPRC, and all of our signature special events. Now, neighborhood services is home to 2 of the staff you're most likely to run into around town, Stephanie Nye and Guadalupe Morales. They help to beautify the city through projects, grants, and they'll help you get the tools to do it. Janae Levin Snipes is our grant section, all by herself, with a little help from our division and collaboration with other city departments. She's impacted our city in amazing ways, and I'll go into that a little further in our presentation. Finally, the finance and registration section is my team, and we do all the behind the scenes work to keep the budget on track, register everyone for programs, handle rentals, explain policy, and produce a newsletter to keep the community informed of what we're up to. Next slide, please. Thank you. What we do, as it says on the slide, we provide recreational experiences that enhance active health and wellness lifestyles for all age groups. And we also enrich the quality of life for our community. But what does that really mean? Please allow me to give you an example. Through our programs and offerings, you could drop your child off for swim lessons at the plunge, your father-in-law off at the senior center to play a game of pool, different kind of pool, or he could catch a ride with our transportation division. And where are you gonna go? You could go to a Zumba class at the recreation complex, or maybe go to one of our fitness centers where you can work out as much as you like for $5 a month. But when you're done exercising, don't forget to pick up your other child for their sports program at MLK Turf Field. That's what it means. It also means that we will be the ones to celebrate Black History, Chinese New Year, and finally the 3rd of July with you again. We celebrate the diversity and strength of our community around here. We offer ECI mini grants, Love Your Block beautification grants, and others to fund your next nonprofit project. And we can provide the tools to complete it as well. And yes, borrowing the tools is free. While all that amazing work is going on, my team, Registration and Finance, works to empower and support the experts, our supervisors, coordinators, and staff so that they feel confident in their work. On average, my team processes over 20,000 transactions in a fiscal year. In the calendar year 2021, while we were still working our way out of the pandemic, we processed 114 rentals, 22 special event permits, 376 summer camp registrations, and an average of 64 after-school registrations per month, which is a lower number, but we were doing virtual after school at that point. The numbers don't include the countless estimates they provide daily to those interested in renting one of our parks or facilities. Next slide. This is what we've been up to so far this fiscal year. We are delivering programs in formats that our community wants and that keeps them safe. We're back to in-person after school, summer camp, and sports activities, and having the kids back in the buildings is pretty fantastic for us. Our senior centers are offering hybrid programs, both virtual and in person, so that our seniors can choose to participate in whatever way makes them feel most comfortable. And our pools are open. Plus, we're getting more aquatic staff a little at a time, which is super exciting. We were awarded 8 grants for various facilities and parks improvements, which is a win-win for us. The community deserves the best centers we can offer. And if we can make improvements without it impacting the city budget, well, everybody's happy. Let's see, we beautified our community through the Love Your Block programs, specifically Nevin Avenue, Nystrom. And if you have a chance, please stop by the MLK Turf Field that just reopened. It's really beautiful. Next slide, please. This is the slide where everybody's going to tune back in. In fiscal year 21-22 so far, we have received over $14 million in grants. Okay, one more time. I really like this part. Over $14 million in grants. I won't go through them all, but Janae, our team, and other city departments have done an incredible job in securing funds for our city, and that's something we're really proud of. Next slide, please. Our plans for next fiscal year are many, and I'd like to touch on just a few. We're bringing back our special events. Have I mentioned the fireworks show on July 3rd? We plan to operate at full or expanded capacity, funding allowing, in our programs. We're also working on a fee waiver and partnership policy with our interim director, LaShonda White, to make sure everyone has equitable access to our programs and facilities. We plan to extend the tool lending library hours, and we're constantly seeking and applying for more grants to continue the good work that we've started. Next slide, please. I won't explain this slide really, as it's just a snapshot of some of the great things happening in recreation, from fitness centers and Zumba, summer camp, senior nutrition, tool lending library, to last Saturday's Willie Mays Day. We've got a lot going on. And let's not forget our fireworks show on July 3rd. Next slide, please. You may think we have a whole host of people to do all this work, but we really don't. We have the equivalent of 30 full-time positions, as shown in this slide, that work with approximately 40 year-round part-time staff members to coordinate all of this for our community. In the summer months, our part-time numbers can increase to over 70 part-time staff members in order to adequately staff our special events, aquatics programs, 2 Elevate summer camps, and 4 free Achieve summer camps. If you'll take a look at our positions, it's easy to see that we share our development project manager 2 with Public Works, as she's listed at 0.4. But I'd like to bring you to your attention that we also share our 2 analysts with other divisions and departments as well. Next slide, please. Now this shows a comparison between our current mid-year budget and the proposed baseline budget for fiscal year 22-23. As our division's budget was severely reduced during the pandemic, we did request additional appropriations for fiscal year 22-23 to bring back our operations to full or hopefully expanded capacity, but those are not included in these numbers before you. Our revenue numbers continue to be conservative, as Contra Costa County is continuing to offer COVID testing and vaccination in the convention center, and we're working on the fee waiver and partnerships policy I mentioned earlier. Both of those items impact our ability to collect revenue. I thank you for your attention and for allowing me to share a little bit about us and the department that I love so much. This concludes the Recreation Division presentation, but I'm happy to introduce Lori Reese-Brown, who will tell you about our Transportation Division and the amazing things happening there.
Thank you so very much for the introduction, and good evening to our mayor and the members of the City Council. I appreciate the opportunity this evening to be able to present the Transportation Division of the Community Services Department's budget. I want to begin by first thanking the staff that work within this division. They work tirelessly. They're very excited to work for the City of Richmond. Many of them have been with the City of Richmond for a number of years, and they do support all of the services and love all the services that they do for the City Council, internally, for the departments, and particularly for the city residents. So with that being said, I want to also mention that Danae Evans is one of the project managers in our department that is really one of the most special people I've had the opportunity to work with and manage. She works tirelessly on the weekends and the evenings. Anytime that her services are needed, she's always there. But it's just not her. Even though we have a small crew, it's all of our department staff that really do come to the rescue of many things, given when we have a shortfall in staff, but we still need to meet the demands of the community. So with that, I'll move on to the next slide. And what we do, if you can go to the previous slide, I'm sorry, I want to talk about the services that we offer in the Transportation Division. We, in these services, we have the Are Transit program. And it's the paratransit program. Many people will say Are Transit, they're equated to paratransit. We have this paratransit partnership with Lyft. And Lyft provides 24-hour, 7-day-a-week service to over 1,500 registered clients. This number is also climbing, by the way, because a lot of our clients are spreading the word fast. A lot of our residents are spreading the word fast, and people are registering every day. But we're very happy to partner with Lyft, who we have a very effective partnership with, and who is very always attentive to our needs. We also manage the city parking. We have authority over the management of city on-street and off-street parking inventory. We're responsible for developing parking policy programs, and they include the neighborhood parking permit, parklets, regulations, and other parking enterprise funding or the parking enterprise fund that we have. Under transportation sustainability, we coordinate city electric vehicles, and we do the management of that. We work with all applicable departments, whether they're city departments or regional agencies, to ensure the coordination of this and meeting the statewide goal to build more electric vehicle charging stations and to offer opportunities for individuals, whether they're working employees or they are residents. We just want them to start thinking differently about the type of vehicles they drive and to think more electric, much like what the federal government and state government is trying to get us to do. Under micromobility, we offer services like bike share. You probably have seen some of the stations throughout the city of Richmond, and on-demand shuttle and car share programs. And then we have, of course, our grant administration and technical support, where we acquire and manage over $7 million in grants and project partnerships. And we serve on various transportation committees and planning committees and working group committees to ensure that we spread the word about all the things that we need to do to start thinking about low emission and clean energy opportunities. Next slide, please. So here, what we did in 2021-22 is we commenced the on-demand citywide shuttle for Richmond residents. We expanded the electric vehicle charging stations. We already had a lot of them, but we looked to expand, and we did expand quite a number of them in this fiscal year. And we anticipate doing that in the next fiscal year as well. We reduced the cost of the Lyft travel for qualified seniors and disabled persons in Richmond. So those households who make $50,000 or less can use Lyft for free, up to a cost of $20. And the city will cover that through a grant program that we have and an agreement that we have through through the ECIA Chevron monies that support this. And then we expanded the coverage area to and from the Contra Costa Regional Medical Center and the Veterans Hospital in Martinez, so that we have other options for our residents who need to have medical support in that area. We implemented the first bike share program. Yay! We're so excited about this because not every community within the Bay Area had this opportunity to receive this grant or this funding, the state funding, in fact. And Richmond was one of the few communities of concern, quote unquote, to receive this money to implement this program. And then we have had other and implemented other micromobility services. Next slide, please. What we plan to do in fiscal year 2022-23 is update the community benefit ordinance. It's actually a commuter benefit ordinance. This is the statewide mandate that requires all employers within the Richmond community that have over 10 employees to develop a green initiative of some sort, whether it is EV stations, car share, whatever it is to provide green. They're required to do this. And so we would plan to update ours and ensure that our employers are in compliance. We plan to reduce vehicle emissions in the city of Richmond, which I think we're working on, and we're very successful in doing that so far. And we plan to continue on that path. We want to expand existing micromobility services like bike share and Richmond Moves which is our shuttle service, and car share opportunities to underserved areas of the community. We want to implement strategies to update the Civic Center Plaza parking plan to provide efficient use and enhance security for our employees and fleet vehicles and our visitors. We plan to increase electric vehicle charging stations, the installations in all public areas throughout the city. We want to continue to provide free or low-cost transportation services to eligible seniors and disabled populations. So it just won't be the free service that households who that are getting or receiving now, but we want to be able to expand that to all qualified seniors. We want to expand outreach opportunities because we believe that word of mouth is the best form of outreach and the best tool for being able to communicate what's really going on with the transportation option and the choices that individuals will have. We want to continue to pursue grant opportunities that will support the development and the implementation of transportation-related strategies that I've just talked about. And we want to support the reinstatement of the parking enforcement to help support the success of existing parking programs. And that can also be done through our city electrification plan. Next slide, please. So, as I just mentioned, you see here that our staff is few, but they're mighty. To mention all of the things I've just mentioned here that are happening and that we've been successful in doing, I don't see how any department of any city bigger than this size of our division can accomplish what we've done with the few people that we've had. In fact, I've actually heard that from other city departments and even county departments. So I want to, as I started this conversation off with saying how pleased I am with our staff. I mean, I really am pleased with them, and you should be too, because they have worked tirelessly to, get these to implement these efforts. We presently have 2 paratransit drivers. Can you believe that? 2 paratransit drivers who are transporting and serving a community the size of Richmond. Can't be done. It can't be done with 2. It's just like a miracle to me, okay? And I'm not just saying this, it should be a miracle to you too, that we have 2 paratransit drivers that work tirelessly with the Lyft drivers and the Lyft program to serve the Richmond community. And not only are they serving Richmond, they're serving other residents in West County that we have an obligation to serve. Big deal to me. And then, of course, it goes without saying that our lead workers are just as good, and our project manager, Danae Evans, I really have to give a lot of praise to her as well. So in this mid-year, fiscal year 21-22, as I just mentioned, we have all of these positions, 5 positions that we're doing all of this way. In 2022-23, we propose doing the same with the same number of full-time individual staff. Next slide, please. So our revenue and our budget during this mid-year budget doesn't look that promising as far as I'm concerned in terms of the revenue that we actually could be bringing in and that we propose to bring in. A lot of this have to do, since we operate from a lot of grants and measure, tax measures, funding. We don't rely on the general fund. So we want all the things that we need in terms of our support to come from grants. That's what we've always said, and we've always kind of worked in that direction. And we want to continue to do so. A lot of this has to do with how we proceed in the future. And this will depend on what happens with congressional bills and money that's funneled from the federal government down to the state in terms of monies that we can apply for to continue our program and our services. So that concludes my presentation. And if you have any questions, myself and Danae, we're here to answer any questions you have at the end of this presentation. And thank you for your time.
Mr. Mayor, I have a point of order.
Yeah, why don't, I know what you're gonna do. Why don't we take questions and comments from the,
Right. But before
and
that.
then you can, you know, I'm inclined to make the, to honor your request. So you don't need to make a motion, but.
Okay, but I do want to state that so people, because we're not going to get to all the items. What I was asking Mayor Butt, and it sounds like he's agreeable to it, is that after we finish community services, thank you for the great presentation thus far, that we go to the Point Malati resolution, it's time sensitive, and then that we go to the quarry public hearing, that's time sensitive as well. And if we have time, other items, but those two items is what I was requesting. So go, yeah, sorry, Mayor.
Yes, that's okay, I agree.
Okay.
Okay, are there any questions or comments from council members on this last presentation?
I will quickly, I promise, I just want to finish these 2 slides just in case council members or community have questions about them. But the last section, 2 sections are American Rescue Plan Act. Next slide, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
it's okay. I know, so much information, wealth of information. Thank you all for staying tuned. So this is a high level summary of what council has already allocated the $27.7 million ARPA allocation. It was $10.5 million as part of the current year budget. We have not spent a lot of funds, but that doesn't mean that work is not ongoing, and it is. Next slide. Here are 4 of the items that have been, funding has been allocated towards the North Richmond Pump Station, HVAC upgrades, community unification, and the Green Blue Deal, and there are staff here available if you have any questions about these. Next slide. There was also an allocation of $250,000 for a needs assessment. The federal government did encourage jurisdictions to talk to community, and we are doing that. The consultant is scheduling meetings with all of the council members to get information. We are in the process of doing focus groups so we can really hear from the most impacted members of our community. That includes individuals as well as small businesses. We are going to be hosting at least 3 community meetings that will happen later in June and July, and we're going to do a survey to make sure we do additional outreach and hear from more people. You can go to our website, www.richmond.ca.us/ARPA, opportunity to provide a little feedback. Also, there's information on our website. And then after we do all our input, we're going to come to City Council, give you an update, keep you abreast of what's going on, and then provide a recommendation to City Council about how we can spend the remaining $17 million. Next slide. We also spent $150,000 to help finish the MLK turf. Thank you all who came out to join us on May 18th last week for a grand opening. Next slide. Lena Velasco is here, as well as myself, if you have questions about the $1 million that was allocated to support both housing and the Richmond Rapid Response Fund. So $300 was allocated for housing development initiatives. $100,000 was to help support the development of Richmond Rapid Response Fund governance structure and strategic plan so that this organization or this entity could continue to provide support as it has done since the inception, since COVID. And then $600,000 is provided through the Ed Fund that manages R3F to provide direct disbursements to residents that are still impacted by COVID, as well as rent relief directly paid to landlords. So we are trying to support residents that are still impacted and need support. Next slide. Reimagining public safety. Next slide. This shows you that $6.38 million was allocated from various sources, and it is proposed to be spent for the 4 intervention areas, totaling $6.3 million. Next slide. High level summary of the budget showing you that a lot of the majority of the funding has not been spent, but work is being done to move all of this work forward. Next slide. Here are the 4 intervention areas and just some pictures highlighting some of the work. And you all have in previous meetings heard from each of these through our intervention or our implementation subgroup that provides information to the City Council on how we're doing and implementing these 4 areas, these 4 intervention areas. If you have any questions, staff from Youth Works, as well as community development for unhoused intervention, Sam Vaughn is here from Office of Neighborhood Safety, and I'm here to answer any questions around community crisis response. That concludes our presentation. Thank you, and we are available for questions.
Okay, thank you. So now we'll go to questions from council members. I don't see any. There we go. Councilmember Jimenez, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you. And I think one of my questions is, about the vacancies in the employment and training. I think like you mentioned that you have 8 vacancies, but when I see in the list of the job positions, open positions in the city website, they are only 2. So I just wanted to make sure that there is an effort to fill these vacancies. And then I just wanted, in the recreation department, I think like I love all the things that you are doing, the money that you are getting. But you mentioned that to really get the full services, the budget needed to be different, or you didn't show the budget that could allow us to have full services, and I wonder why. And also just kind of like a quick comment about the hours for the natatorium and the pools. Who made them? Because like the hours for getting children to use the pools are basically, and especially in the Point Richmond natatorium, is when they are in the schools. Most of the time is when the kids are in the schools. I try to go with my daughter, but it's in the times that are in the schools. So I just, wondering if there is a proposal to change this schedule so the kids really can enjoy the pools. So that are my question. And I just wanted to say thank you, and thank you, Bouquet. I'm glad to hear from the new Director of Employment and Training that there is a plan to have a pipeline to use the workers and the youth that are part of the program, the internships, to see how to fill the vacancies. And I know that Bouquet had been talking about that a lot. So I just wanted to say thank you because you are doing an amazing job with the youth work.
Thank you, Councilmember Jimenez, and I will let any staff chime in and support what I'm saying. But with regards to employment and training positions, Ms. Walker did mention 8 positions. I know 4 of those are for the same classification, which is an employment specialist, program specialist 1-2. There's also a senior accountant that we are working with finance and HR to be able to release that position so that we can recruit for it. And then there's some internal analyst management positions that are still open. So that's our 8 positions. We are working diligently, really hard with HR to make sure those positions are filled with the right applicants. And then Tamara, do you have anything to add on that around the positions?
So we've just lost, I don't know if you guys know, but Charita retired, one of the powerhouses of employment and training. And so that was one of the positions that now we have to fill. She just retired at the end of March. March 31st was her last day. And so that's a position that we would like to reclass, because what I have noticed is that we are really top heavy on admin when we need a lot more frontline. For example, in Reimagine, we need more staff to do the work. Serving 500 people, young people, for 2 to 3 staff members is not enough. So we actually need more people, because if you break the numbers down, that's like 125, 133 per person. And that's really a lot of people for one person to manage. So again, we're looking at how do we reduce our heaviness on the administrative side to actually do the frontline work.
Thank you, Tamara. And then I know you asked about the recreation budget and our request. And so we were asked to do baseline. So what is being presented to bring a balanced budget to City Council is a baseline budget. There are a number of requests that recreation made. And I know that finance, HR, as well as the city manager are looking at all of those requests collectively on behalf of the entire city to make determinations about what, based on revenue numbers, what they can actually fund. So there's a number of appropriation and staffing requests that came from recreation that we are waiting for some recommendations from the city manager and others on. Hope, I don't know if you have anything to add to that, as well as the pool hours.
No, thank you, LaShonda. That's exactly what I was going to say. We did make a significant number of requests, so we're waiting to hear on those. But as for the pool hours, we have a couple things at play. First of all, we've been having some difficulty getting staff for our pools. We're now doing quite a bit better. I've been seeing a lot of hiring going on. So the hours of the pools and then also the programs that we can offer and the timing of the programs can really be expanded. So that's something we can definitely bring up to our aquatics coordinator, and we can work on that for you.
Okay, Councilor Willis, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, briefly, thank you for the wonderful presentations. It's a lot to take in, and you all are doing fantastic work with limited resources and capacity. So thank you so much for doing the work. One thing I was gonna say, if you haven't been doing this already, but because I'm hearing that having a hard time getting staff, especially for frontline workers and anybody else that may qualify, if you haven't already, I'd suggest just really trying to work with our Richmond Build and Rubicon program to identify people who may be Richmond residents and want to get involved into the in a city job that's stable. I mean, there are folks looking for jobs, and this is a good opportunity to not only give them that opportunity, but to build themselves up as a community leader that can give services to the community as well. So if you haven't already done that, I just sound like a broken record, but I do want to encourage that. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any public speakers?
Yes, we do.
Okay, please call on them.
And the speaker tonight is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you may begin.
Oh, hi, good evening, Mayor, council members and staff. I was wondering if staff could help clarify for the public following ONS's presentation. I know that when $6.3 million was set aside for Reimagining Public Safety Task Force, $1.6 million of that was given to ONS. And yet, as we heard, they have not yet been able to hire 10 people. So could you clarify where that money has been spent? And if it's not, before the end of this fiscal year, where that money will go back to? And then the second question is, if they get the $6 million California grant, will ONS be taking any future monies from the Richmond General Fund? And then lastly, I was wondering if the ONS representative could comment on what they have done with the guns that they have recovered and taken off of the streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sarah Cantor. Sarah, you may begin. Sarah, please unmute yourself and you may begin. Sarah? Okay, I'll come back to Sarah. The next speaker is Deborah. Deborah, you may begin.
Yes, good evening. This is Deborah Small. I just wanted to speak to the issue about ONS. My understanding is that part of the reason that it took a while for ONS to bring on additional staff is because they were waiting for the city to finish doing their compensation study. and determine what the rate of pay would be for people. But once that study was done and those rates were determined, they began to move forward with the hiring process in spite of the delay that both the city has had, both with spending that money and ARPA money. But I also think that part of the success of ONS has been demonstrated by the reports that we've gotten repeatedly from Acting Police Chief Torona about the reduction in violent crime that we've experienced in our city, and the fact that we're doing much better than so many of the other cities in the Bay Area in terms of addressing violent crime because of the interventions that the city has established and continues to fund, both in violence prevention, in youth employment, in addressing the interventions for the unhoused, and really investing in the sorts of programs that address the root causes of top crime. I yield my time.
Thank you. And that appears to be our last speaker. I do not see any other hands that raised at this time.
Okay, let me ask the city manager. We've been asked by Councilor McLaughlin to move up the Quarry project and the Point Melati resolution. So which one of those has the highest priority in terms of time, priority and time?
Mr. Mayor, I was asking, just to clarify, I was asking, and then of course the city manager can share. I was asking that we do Point Melati first. The city attorney has said it's only going to take about 15 minutes, and then we go on to the Quarry project. That's my recommendation.
All right, well, we'll do Point Melati.
Okay.
Let's do that next.
Okay.
That's item P1, Madam Clerk, if you want to read it.
Item P1 or item Q8?
I'm sorry, Point Melati is item, item Q8. Yeah.
Q8. Okay. Item Q8 is to adopt a resolution determining that closing conditions have not been satisfied and the sale of property to Winehaven Legacy LLC should not close, and giving notice to Winehaven Legacy LLC and Upstream Tribe.
So go ahead, Mr. City Attorney.
One moment, Mayor Butt. Dave, your audio is not connected. I heard you speaking, but your audio is not connecting. Mayor Butt, one moment, please.
All right.
Yes, sorry. I know time is short, and we want to get to the Quarry public hearing, but I also know that this is a matter of great public interest, and a lot has happened since our last council meeting. The last council meeting, we reported to you that there were very important closing conditions that Winehaven had not met, and we recommended, in light of all of that, you not approve that they had met the closing conditions, and that we prepare a resolution that summarized what had occurred in that regard. And we attached to the report tonight is the resolution that we prepared that you got in accordance with this agenda. As of the time we wrote the resolution, Winehaven had not made any further efforts to satisfy any of the closing conditions. After we prepared the staff report and the resolution and the agenda closed, there were some efforts that were made. However, these events were overtaken by the fact that since the matter did not close on May 21, that put Upstream Giddyville in the position after the 21st where they could exercise their option to acquire the property. And yesterday, on the 23rd, Upstream did exercise their rights to close on the property. They did submit the check for $400, and we've been in communication with them. Their closing does not happen automatically. There's actions that have to be taken to facilitate that closing. We are taking those actions, and we have actually been working with, we were working with their staff concurrently. At the same time, we were working with Winehaven so that we could move quickly on this closing. And we are doing that. There are some questions and issues to work out with them. We spent a good part of today trying to work on a joint statement to go back to the court. Under the court rules, we're supposed to be giving status reports. We're actually asking for a continuance of the reporting on the status report because of the fact that things have happened, and so we don't have an exact date as to when we think everything can be taken care of. But they paid their $400, and we're sure we will be able to work the issues out so that we can close. Notwithstanding that, we did prepare the resolution to deal with the determination that we were not going to be able to close. The closing conditions were not satisfied with Winehaven. And I think we should go ahead and complete that action, which the council directed on the 17th that we take. I would say with regards to the resolution that we submitted to you, I think there are a couple changes that should be made so that it is accurate. The two areas in which Winehaven tried to lessen the non-performance on the closing. Number one, they submitted they talked about depositing $45 million into a separate escrow from the escrow we had established with them. The escrow they wanted to deposit into would have been an escrow that they could withdraw the money without our approval. So that was discussed with the escrow officer, but in the end, they did not make that deposit. And so that the proof that they had the funding and the submittal of the purchase price, that actually there was discussion, but there was not any correction of that condition. Secondly, with regards to the guarantor, they did submit a financial statement showing the guarantor had funds, but it was not in the amount of 130 million, and there was no commitment of that funding to the project. So I think that in terms of what we would have required of the guarantor, we wanted the guarantor to have the funding. We wanted to be able to audit their financial condition, and we wanted the commitment of the money to backstop the project. So I still don't think that condition was satisfied. The other items, which included the submission of the financial plan and the council's ability to approve that financial plan without a CFD, those items, none of the other items that were incomplete on the 17th were completed, or were there any additional submissions on those items? So I would propose, I'm happy to answer questions, but basically we're proposing that you adopt the resolution. The resolution which we propose would be revised to show the additional efforts they made over the weekend and Monday to try and move this a little bit closer to closing. For example, there's a whereas clause that says, whereas after the agenda closing, Winehaven made additional submittals showing their equity partner had significant funding, but not meeting the 130 million required and not committing it to the project. and discussed an escrow with a possible $45 million deposit, but did not make that deposit, and thus still fell short of meeting the critical conditions. So that is a whereas clause, and another finding in the resolution would be added. So I'd ask that you approve the resolution with those additional changes, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes, I just want to say thank you to our city attorney for that update. And without taking much time at all, I just want to say that if we have any public speakers, after we hear from them, I will be making that motion to approve the resolution with the amendments that the city attorney has just mentioned.
And I just might say to any people wishing to testify, of course, you have the right to do so. We do have a public hearing item that follows this. If we don't deal with that item tonight, it's potentially deemed approved because it's been on our agenda a number of times without being acted upon. And I would also say that at this point in time, the relevant action is, the relevant player now is Upstream. Upstream has given their notice that they intend to buy the property. So that's the entity we're dealing with now. I'm just trying to clean up where we are with Winehaven, and but I don't think it's a live issue at this point.
Okay, Councilmember Bates.
Well, I guess the RPA should be satisfied. They have achieved their objectives in terms of destroying and stopping this $45 million project. So I guarantee you that we're going to be in litigation surrounding this situation, and who knows what the court is going to respond to. Whereas with but Upstream acquiring a property with a commitment within the 5 years of presenting a proposal, I'm almost willing to guarantee you for that proposal to be successful, they're going to have to present something very similar to what SunCal and the Orden development is presenting today. So you kick the can down the road, you don't get $45 million. I don't know what, well, you already apparently going to have to sell for $400. That, for you guys who know anything about mathematics, and you rather take $400 as opposed to $45 million, you got to be smoking something that I'm not, I don't want to say what it is. But the fact still remains, it's going to take some 5 years to develop that project with Upstream. Whereas had we executed and worked faithfully and with SunCal and Orden, we would have had that project probably constructed within a year or so. So you guys got to live with it. So if that's the way you want to treat the city of Richmond and its taxpayers' money, you're going to have to, Dave, you didn't mention that most likely there's going to be another lawsuit. And you didn't mention, and I hope you will, how much that potentially is going to cost us. And we have no idea what the outcome is going to be in federal court. So I hope that you will explain also the negativity of this rejection of this project, and so that the public will be aware of both sides of the equation. So thank you, Dave. I'd like for you to respond.
There's certainly a very good chance there will be litigation. I can't predict now exactly what the issues are. I've told the city we need to reserve more funds than we expected for litigation in the coming year. But there's a lot of things that can happen. We'll have to see how it plays out.
Yeah. Well, let me conclude, Mr. Mayor. I haven't spoken very much about this. It's been pretty much dominated by the Richmond Progressive Alliance group. You and I were the only two on this council when we acquired that property from the government for $1. And under those conditions, we were supposed to provide economic development, job creation, and taxes for the city. Only way you can do that, it was some type of development. And I want to make everybody be aware. All you want to give, you RPA who want to give this to the East Bay Regional Park, it's about 300 acres out there. The development will consist of only about 100 acres. The remaining 200 acres are going to be open space that can be given to the East Bay Regional Park. All the shoreline will not be developed. That would be for the public usage. And for you individuals to turn down a deal of that magnitude, where you want to give the entire parcel to the East Bay Regional Parks, and Richmond has more parks in this area than any city. George Miller Park, 100 and some acres. Pinole Park, about 6,000 acres. Kennedy Grove, another 500 or 600 acres. My goodness, where is the opportunity for development to bring in money? East Bay Regional Park, if they acquire this property, will pay 0 tax base. They will have maybe 1 or 2 employees out there. Where's the trade-off? Why can't you compromise and say, let's go with the development and give 2/3 of the property to the East Bay Regional Park? I would be supportive of that. Although I would rather have a lot more development, but I would be compromising. No, you want the whole banana. You don't want to share. And there are too many people in this city that don't have jobs, and they need jobs. And this city is going broke, and you don't have any stream of revenue. That was an opportunity for some revenue. So you kissed $45 million away for $400? You should be ashamed of yourself. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, I think like what we are doing here is following the city attorney's recommendations, because the developer didn't submit their papers. They didn't fill the requirements. They said that they were like, where is the $45 million? Show it to me. They are not here. And we had been looking at the numbers, and we know that this project was going to impact the general fund. Where are the money to make sure that the general fund is not going to be impacted, or at least when it was going to be impacted, that money is there? No. So it's not like, I think it's irresponsible for us to say that we are going to approve something just for the sake of approving it, when the city attorney is telling us that they didn't fulfill their recommendations. So it's like, I think it's like, I don't know what you council member Bates smoke or drink, because what what we are here is following the recommendation that our city attorney is telling us what, and actually asking the right questions. Like, how is that for all these years, nobody was asking about the cash flow of this project, when you know that we needed a full fire station and a police station there that was going to be paid by the general fund? And then what is about that the community facility district instead of needing 70 to 150 million dollars, went up to 292 million dollars. Do the math and see if with 2% in taxes, that will be fulfilling the bond and pay the bond. No, what we are trying to do here, and we didn't want a project, a high-end project, a high-end housing project that ended up being subsidized by the resident of Richmond. And they didn't fulfill, they didn't come out with anything. So it's not like we are like, the money wasn't there. The money is not there. So I just wanted to say it's not that we are just against it. It's that we are following the city attorney recommendation. And this is what we did, that recommended that we cannot go ahead and close this deal without having all the things that were there and a financial plan that is responsible for us.
Councilmember Johnson.
Yeah, City Attorney Dave, I was just wondering if you can expand upon the answer that you gave Councilmember Bates based upon what Councilmember Jimenez has said, and you said as well, like, since they did not like fulfill their contractual obligations, on which basis, I'm wondering, I know you can't read minds, but I'm just wondering, from your legal viewpoint, on which basis would they even, bring us up on any suits or anything like that? Like what basis would they file for litigation?
Well, they did give us before the last council meeting on the 17th, and I know you missed that meeting, but at the meeting on the 17th, before that meeting, the Monday night before, they gave us a letter that basically said that we had operated in bad faith. We had by basically their big objection was that we didn't approve the CFD funding, and they basically referenced the studies that had been done and said that we didn't have a reasonable basis for doing that. And they would attempt to make the argument that we did not comply with the covenant of good faith and fair dealing in terms of that we didn't take a reasonable action on the CFD, and that thereafter, and because of that, their finance plan was adequate, and we were wrong to determine that it was inadequate, and we should have accepted that financial plan. Now, I think our rebuttal to that was all the reasons we put into the record on whether the CFD would impact the general fund, and then also there were additional things besides the finance plan they did not do. They were supposed to provide security for the first phase improvements of $130 million. We asked to the financial background of their guarantor, and we asked that they show us that there was the money and it was devoted to this project. They didn't comply with that requirement. So, they've made arguments, and I do agree. There's a lot of money at stake here. I do agree with Councilmember Bates. There will be litigation. I think we have a reasonable chance of prevailing because I don't think they did fully comply. I tried to get them to comply, and it's unfortunate that they didn't, but they didn't. And so there's therefore not the security provided for in the agreement. But we did have this whole hearing. We made a record at the last council meeting. Tonight was just to confirm. And at this point in time, it's water under the bridge because we did not close by the 21st. And Upstream could have given them more time. I sent upstream a communication telling them that on Monday, telling them that, or I sent it on Tuesday, telling them that there was an attempt to comply by SunCal. I still thought it was insufficient, but it was up to upstream to decide whether they wanted to provide more time to see whether this would work out. So upstream determined not to provide more time and to exercise their option. So at this point in time, Winehaven cannot get back into this deal without reaching an agreement with upstream. It's upstream's right. They exercise their option, and the exercise of their option basically terminated the agreement, the sales agreement with Winehaven. So you guys are now just arguing about something that has been determined.
It's a done deal.
It's a done deal.
All right. Thank you, Dave.
You're welcome.
So, Mr. City Attorney, refreshing my memory, what is the magnitude of the alleged shortfall that would threaten the general fund? Can you tell me what that was?
It depends when you measure it. Winehaven made some representations or some offers that would have taken care of the early shortfalls. So the question is really when they would go out and build. And, I think the estimates that were done showed that if they did build this thing within 7 years, they could alleviate it. But if they didn't, there would be a problem on down the line. And
how much of a problem?
Well, it depends what year you pick to measure it. So
Well,
I don't
give me a range. What's the best case and the worst case?
I don't recall.
I can give you that.
Well, no, I don't want to hear it from you. I want to hear it from the city attorney. So the problem we've got here is that the city council majority pulled the rug out from SunCal at the last minute and removed their ability to finance the infrastructure of this project with a communities facilities district, which was a requirement of the city in the previous agreements. And so all of the basis for putting SunCal in a position that made it difficult or impossible for them to close this project is based on the theory that the general fund was at risk. But you, Mr. City Attorney, can't tell me how much at risk it was. Was it $1? Was it $20? Was it $20 million? Was it $100 million? You don't even know. And
no,
give me a number.
You have to tell, A, I don't have the documents in front of me. B, you would have to tell me whether the project build out is in 10 years or 20 years or 6 years. So there are extensive financial studies that showed this. And again, there were multiple consultants who reached different conclusions. So
didn't the city's consultant say that the economic projections were sound and that the rest of the general fund were covered?
There is a report where that was said, but then the council members asked questions.
Well, no, I know that, but that was the city's consultant, right?
That was the city's consultant,
well, of course the council members asked questions, and
based upon those questions, the consultant relooked at it and came back with a different conclusion.
Well,
I mean, it wasn't different for the 7-year period, but as a result of that, for example, looking at the service cost in terms of the police and fire was not fully covered. The developer then agreed to provide additional funding to try and take care of that.
After he agreed to all those additional fundings, what was the alleged shortfall?
The shortfall, it depends when you want to measure it. And if you said, okay, I want to measure it at 10 years, I do not have the document in front of me to answer that question. But I would say to you, in terms of, I don't want to interrupt your statement. I understand your statement, but I would say that in terms of pulling the rug out from under the developer, I think that is the characterization. I think you're correct. That's what the developer would say. But we went back to the developer after the March 18th hearing, and we said, here are a couple different ways of funding this other than the CFD. And so you could go down this road. And at one point in time, we were told the developer was pursuing those other options. And I honestly expected before last week's hearing, we would get a submittal to show this other funding. So it's true that I'm sure the developer was surprised and disappointed by the action on March 18th, but it was a curable problem. So the question is, why did the developer decide not to cure it? And it is possible with what's going on in the economy that there were some funding issues which caused the developer not to go forward.
You don't know why he didn't do it.
No, I don't know why, but my job at this point, given the council action, is to defend the council and make the arguments on behalf of the council so that the city does not bear all of the damages and consequences and I understand the political argument, but the political argument ended at a point. And from that point on, my job is to defend the city.
Well, that's my point. You did what the city council told you to do, which might not have been necessarily the whole story. So I can't blame you for that. You work for them and you got to do what they tell you to do. You know, the last city attorney quit because she wouldn't do what the city council told her to do. But anyway, so let me proceed with this and we can move on. So you don't know, you can't tell me how much of the general fund was at risk, or even what the range of risk was. Now let me ask you this: because we did not close this with SunCal, how much money did the general fund lose in the purchase price by not closing with SunCal? You know what that is, right? What?
Yes, our half of the purchase price would have been $22.5 million.
All right, and presumably SunCal's not going to pay the money they owe they otherwise would owe for attorney's fees, right? How much is that?
We had outstanding incurred expenses that is a little short of $1 million. It's like $900,000. So yeah, you're right. Presumably they're not going to pay that.
And the city council and the city's not going to get any of the real estate transfer.
Mr. Mayor, I move we close debate. If there is a second, we need to vote on closing debate.
Is there a second? I don't hear a second. Okay.
I second it.
Okay, so McLaughlin, and motion by McLaughlin, second by Martinez to close debate. Okay, take a vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates?
No.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
No.
Vice Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
I can't, no.
We have already.
No.
Mr. Mayor, point of order. We have another item that is time sensitive and you're taking up so much time here. And there is so much to refute in what you're saying, Mr. Mayor. This developer had 2 months to comply. He did not. $200 to $350 million risk to our general fund.
Point of order.
With nothing else addressed.
Councilman McLaughlin, number one, you're out of order. Number two, you've been yakking all night long. I haven't said anything. So I'm going to
I have said less than
I'm just going to say what I have to say and then we'll vote on it, okay? And I could have finished by the time you kept yakking about it, but in any event,
so disrespectful, Mr.
Decorum.
So in any event, I'll just try to make this as short as possible. So the whole reasoning behind denying SunCal the opportunity to close this deal was an allegation that the general fund was at risk. And so what nobody's saying, including the city attorney, is actually telling you how much the general fund is at risk for not closing it. And he already said $22.5 million purchase price, okay? All of the real estate transfer taxes and property taxes and other taxes coming from, we're not gonna see any of that. I don't know how much it is, but it's in the, depending on the time period you're looking at, it's in the tens of millions. We're not going to get the money that we spent on attorney's fees from the developer. That's about $1 million. We're going to get stuck with maintaining Point Melati and providing security for up to the next 5 years. That's about $1 million a year. That's about $5 million a year. And then I'm going to ask the city attorney this. City attorney, I think you've already stated that we can expect litigation on this, and the city's going to have to pay its own attorney's fees in the litigation. Do you have any rough idea what the magnitude of those litigation costs is going to be over? You know, it'll probably take 3 or 4 years at least to resolve it. You have any idea what the magnitude of that is?
It's hard to estimate because I don't know exactly what the claims will be, but I know that we spent $1 million just litigating the CEQA issues in something over a year, 18 months. So could you spend?
How about the Brown Act issues? What do we spend?
I don't know what we've spent on that, but yeah, you're correct. There's been a couple lawsuits going on, but
in any event, it's millions, right?
It could be $1 million to $2 million for 3 years.
And also the prevailing party has an opportunity to recover attorney's fees, right?
Correct.
So that could double the amount. So I just want to point out that this whole charade was done in the interest, supposedly, of defending a potential threat to the general fund. But by doing that, we've actually exposed the general fund to a much higher threat. How much sense does that make? And then finally, I just want to say that none of the people who have perpetrated this scheme on the taxpayers of the city of Richmond have any idea what they're going to do now. What we know is that instead of selling Point Melati for $45 million, with the city getting 22.5, that we're going to sell it for $400. And I've asked each one of the 4 council members, I did it at the last meeting, okay, what's your plan now? Upstream and the tribe own it, and you've had all these grand plans for Point Melati in the past. What's your plan now? And none of them have said anything. I heard Councilmember Jimenez say that she wasn't going to tell us it was a secret. And I heard Councilmember McLaughlin say that we're going to take this one step at a time. So I think the people of Richmond deserve to know what your plan is. You sold Point Melody for $400. Now what? And nobody's saying anything, nothing. So with that in mind, let's call
Mayor Butt.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting to the end of item P1. And I'd also like to take this time to remind my colleagues that we don't get to break decorum when the vote doesn't go our way.
Okay, well, it's midnight where I am, so.
I will second Vice Council Member Johnson's motion, and I will also say extend the meeting till we finish this item.
Well,
to the end of this item.
Well,
Yes.
My motion was for, I'm sorry, point of order. Point of clarification. I'm sorry, Councilmember Bates. I just wanted to clarify for Councilmember McLaughlin that my motion was to extend the meeting into the end, so we can cover P1 as well.
Okay, I'm good with it. I was going to mention that. I'm good with that as well. Yeah.
Well, my question was from the staff. There was a couple items they indicated was mandatory that we deal with tonight.
Yes.
These were the two items.
The chief, yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you.
So I guess let's have a vote on that motion.
Okay, Councilmember Bates?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
And Mayor Butt?
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no.
Are you taking public comment on?
Yes, we have to take public comment on the Point Melody item. So are there any public speakers?
Yes, we have 5 speakers.
Okay, let's call the public speakers.
Okay, this public speakers.
And by the way, we'll have to take this, if this meeting goes past 11:30 Pacific Daylight Time, we'll have to take another vote because it'll require a super majority. Okay, let's call the public speakers.
The public speakers are Lauren Lober, John Dalrymple, Lisa Johnson, Sally Tobin, Pam Stello, and John. Lauren, you may begin.
Hi, I just want to clarify what item you're on the agenda. And I wasn't sure if you had moved up Point Melody.
We are on Point Melody Q8, excuse me. So would you like to make comments on Point Melody?
I know, but I still wanted to know, did you actually cover the Contra Costa Animal Services presentation?
That item has already been completed.
We're not doing that tonight. We're on Point Melody. Go ahead.
Okay, so that's going to be moved to another time. Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you. The next speaker is John Dalrymple. You may begin.
Thank you. My name is John Dalrymple. I'm speaking for about 200 families who live in Richmond. You know, wanted to express, our disappointment. We're construction workers, electricians, plumbers, sprinkler fitters, and sheet metal workers. We're going to help build this project. There's commitments to have local hire, to pay apprentices, and to have apprentices on the project, which of course enable us to bring in people from Richmond Build into our trades. It's interesting because for me, I had a long history with SunCal. When they were first in the running, I was very skeptical. We have fought SunCal elsewhere. What I've learned about SunCal, that we don't always agree in some areas around their labor issues, they know how to do these type of projects. And I was impressed by the kind of community benefits package that was eventually put together and their commitment to rethink how they related to organized labor on this project. And the fact that they were willing to come to an agreement with us and to provide family supporting wages in the construction of the project. So I share, concern about what happens next. This is going to be the ability to bring in kind of capital that's going to be needed to create any kind of a project that's going to bring the wealth needed Richmond needs, to bring the kind of housing Richmond needs, is hard to find. And SunCal has a history of being able to do that. I understand that was a lot of your concern. But that's one reason why I think why you picked them is because they have a track record of doing exactly this kind of project and doing it well. So, you know, I will be following what happens next. We hope that we would see SunCal here eventually with a project similar. But we understand that, you know, this is going to be a long, continue to be a long process. I'm convinced that everybody on this council has concerns committed to the best Richmond that we could.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you may begin.
Good evening. No matter how you feel about developing Point Mulati, the majority council has just pushed Richmond even closer to bankruptcy. The RPA council members are proud of the fact that they have continued to spend our general fund taxpayer dollars as though they are limitless, while simultaneously doing everything they can to destroy economic development in the city, bringing much needed housing, jobs, and tax revenue. When council members McLaughlin and Jimenez tell the public that the developer didn't fulfill their recommendation and that they are wearing the white hats and saving the general fund, please do not be fooled by their lies and misinformation campaign. Their sole intent was to kill this project from the beginning. When the CEQA lawsuit didn't work, they just moved to the next. They're in a Brown Act lawsuit under appeal. They directed our former city attorney to commit perjury and commit an unethical and illegal act, and she quit. They scrutinized the funding for this project with the sole purpose of killing it. Every time the city's own bond and financial analysts came back with solutions to their questions and an improved financing deal, they came back with more questions to delay the timeline in hopes that the developer would never be able to find a way to fund it. This was all tactics and strategic. To say that this was anything but a breach of the city's responsibility is yet more of another misinformation campaign by this majority council and the group suing the city. Many of them live in Marina Bay, which was developed by Melrose bonds, but yet they don't want anybody else in the city to benefit from those same types of funding infrastructure plans. It's hypocritical at best. When they don't get their way, they try and close debate. Thankfully, that didn't pass tonight. Please don't fall for the November 2022 election messaging, which reeks of the same misinformation as Trump's messaging. If you do, you're just going to get them financially ruining this city.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sally Tobin. Sally, you may begin.
Thank you. Sally Tobin, Richmond resident. I'd like to thank Richmond City Council members Jimenez, McLaughlin, Martinez, and Willis, and City Attorney Ailshire and his colleague for standing firm in the face of a game of chicken initiated by the SunCal Group. It seems as if the SunCal Group wanted to squeeze the city between two alternatives. One, SunCal wanted to see if the city council would actually allow the purchase of Point Mulati to close without satisfying all the conditions of the sale. But if the city had gone along, then SunCal would have been able to avoid financial responsibility with potentially disastrous effects on the city's finances. Or two, SunCal wanted to see if the city would reject the sale on the grounds that SunCal did not fulfill their legal responsibilities. Now SunCal may sue, perhaps arguing that Richmond wrongly turned down the CFD, but the city was right in insisting that SunCal provide the required documentation at closing. Basically, this is the kind of thing that can happen when nobody does a simple internet search to look at a company's past practices. SunCal has been involved in numerous bankruptcies and lawsuits, even locally in Alameda. SunCal's business plan seems to involve formation of shell companies, declarations of bankruptcy, creation of distressed properties, and threatening cities with lawsuits, and actually developing seems to be a minor part of their business. The SunCal strategy leaves cities and the earth in shreds. I'm very proud of the 4 city council members and the city attorney who withstood such an onslaught. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Pam Stello. Pam, you may begin. Pam, please unmute yourself.
Sorry. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
Good evening, Pam Stello, Richmond resident. The city financing for that SunCal sought, the $292 million bond requested and apparently required by SunCal, would not have been legal under state law because it exceeds the amount of debt per housing unit allowable. In addition, the project could have cost the city hundreds of millions of dollars, at worst, millions of dollars each year at best, far exceeding in cost to the city the $22.5 million promised. The risk bankruptcy as well to the city by this risky plan, a plan that clearly could not get private funding for this very reason. SunCal had 2 years to meet the conditions of the contract and did not. SunCal was handpicked by our mayor with full knowledge of the company intended to rely on public money to subsidize the project. That's SunCal's business plan, and he knew that with full knowledge of the company's history of bankruptcies and not acting in good faith. The mayor wasted over 2 years of the city's time and money and exposed the city to inevitable litigation. He knew and knows SunCal always sues whether they get the project or not. They always want more. Further, the mayor attempted to aid and abet a SunCal legal suit against the city by lying at the last council meeting about SunCal being the victim and more. He's doing the same tonight to aid and abet SunCal. He's violating his fiduciary responsibility as mayor. Any future costs from this terrible project should be paid by the mayor and the council members who supported SunCal's obviously fiscally irresponsible plan. Regarding litigation, the city could have settled the litigation with Upstream, but the mayor wanted a housing development and orchestrated the backroom settlement deal to get it. And he used that deal to jam through the SunCal project, fully aware of the risks. The mayor and Jim Levine have been trying to develop housing at Point Mulati since 1997. Thank you for your fiscal responsibility, council majority.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker is Jamin Purcell. Jamin, you may begin. Jamin Purcell, please unmute yourself. You may begin.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Jamin Purcell. I cannot believe that we're in a position where we are listening to just a sunk cost fallacy. This is ridiculous, trying to count the pittance of trying to fight off a company that has at one point insisted that our pension tax revenues could cover the general fund shortfalls, that they have a whale underestimated the amount of money that it costs to run a police and a fire department, and that they were 7 weeks ago admitted that their figures were off by agreeing to pay 50 to 70 million to cover the likely general fund shortfall during their build out period. I can't believe that we are trying to argue again with the city attorney, and he has laid out the facts. He has made it very, very clear. And I want to thank Gail McLaughlin, Edward Martinez, Claudia Jimenez, Melvin Willis for making sure that we don't put the future of Richmond for a short-term gain to make a few people look good. This is not a good company, and we know this because we can look just to Alameda. They have a local problem that we can directly reference. We should not be submitting ourselves to a sunk cost fallacy of that we are going to be in litigation. We should not be afraid of litigation when they have not fulfilled their end of the bargain. I will trust a lawyer before I trust an architect about what is right now. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sean Donnie. Sean, you may begin.
So the only one winning in this are the lawyers, in fact. They're the only ones that ever win when all we do is fight back and forth. And you know, this Point Mulati is just a perfect illustration of what's wrong with government today. This is true at the local level, it's true at the national level. It's a perfect illustration of 25 years of political ping pong. At no point was there ever a broad-based consensus amongst all the stakeholders. And so the pendulum swings back and back and forth, and it's turned into a wrecking ball, and we all lose. The lawyers are the only ones that win. And, you know, this is really sad, I think, for all of us. And if you find yourself making congratulatory arguments, regardless of what side you're on, you got to ask yourself, what does it achieve? Because, you know, I've been hearing these same arguments over and over and over, but I don't notice anybody changing their minds. It's kind of like public comment at city council. do city council members ever change their minds as a result of what they've heard from people? If we're going to actually achieve success for our city, let's take Point Melody as a great example of what not to do, and reflect on this moment and consider that moving forward, whatever happens there is going to have to be approved by the city council. And I really would hope for all of us that residents, staff, city council members, all developers, companies involved, that we all work in a truly collaborative fashion and not use disingenuous arguments one way or another to try to push something through. It's going to be another 25 years of political ping pong if we keep doing that. Meanwhile, we all stand to lose. So I hope we can reflect on this and consider a better way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Okay, I think we have a vote to call, Madam Clerk.
We only received a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Okay.
I move that we adopt the resolution with the amendments suggested by the city attorney.
Second.
Second by motion by McLaughlin, second by Willis. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates?
No.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
And Mayor Butt?
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt and Councilmember Bates voting no.
So at this point, we'll be moving to item P1.
Yes.
But in 10 minutes, I'm going to call for another vote because we have to suspend the rules and to continue past 11:30. So why don't you read P1 and we'll get started with it.
Okay, item P1 is a public hearing to adopt a resolution certifying the addendum to the Quarry Residential Project Environmental Impact Report and adopting a mitigation monitoring and reporting program and approving a major amendment to a previously approved area plan, a density bonus for the purpose of requesting waivers of certain development standards, a vesting tentative map, and design review for the Quarry Residential Project redesign, subject to conditions of approval.
Okay, let's do the staff report.
Mayor Butt and council members, Roberta Feliciano will be giving the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Butt and council members. I'm Roberta Feliciano, Senior Planner with the city, and tonight's item is the Quarry Residential Project redesign. Tonight's recommended action is to adopt a resolution certifying the addendum to the 2018 EIR and adoption of the MMRP, conditional approval of a major amendment to the previously approved planned area, a density bonus for the purpose of requesting waivers of certain development standards, vesting tentative map, and the design review for the Quarry Residential Project redesign. A little bit of background: back in February of 2018, the City Council did certify an EIR and approve the general plan amendment to medium density residential and open space, rezoned to a PA planned area and OS open space, the vesting tentative map, and the design review for a 193 unit subdivision. On March 23rd of this year, the DRB recommended conditional approval of the modifications to the planned area plan and the design review. And in April 21st of this year, the Planning Commission recommended conditional approval of the EIR addendum, modifications to the planned area, vesting tentative map, design review for the proposed design. So the current general plan, as mentioned, is the open space and medium density residential, and the zoning is open space and planned area. Here's an overall site plan that shows the 76 single family homes being proposed. And here is a plan of one of the public amenities, which would be the improvements to the Crest Trail area. Here are some examples of the house plans being proposed. And here's a rendering of the entrance from Seacliff Drive into the proposed development. So the planned area plan is to facilitate orderly development of large sites in the city consistent with the general plan. It typically includes deviations to the base zoning regulations, and a major amendment to the planned area is required since there is a reduction from 193 condo units to the 76 single-family homes being proposed. The applicant is also requesting a density bonus, which they are eligible for since 10% of the total units would be available to moderate income. Based on that eligibility for the bonus density, they can also seek waivers and concessions, and they are seeking 5 waivers to achieve the density. And these waivers are to the minimum lot size, lot width, and then to all of the setbacks. A word on the Housing Accountability Act. What is the Housing Accountability Act? It essentially establishes that it's a state policy that a local government may not deny or reduce the density of a housing development that's consistent with objective development standards. Under the HAA, a housing project cannot be denied unless a finding can be made for denial that the housing development project would have a specific adverse impact on the public health or safety. A specific adverse impact means a significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified, written public health and safety standards, policies, or conditions. With the approval of the waivers, the project does conform to all objective standards. And then also another part of the HAA that was amended is the 5 meeting limit, and today is that 5th meeting. Therefore, an action does need to be made by the council. Some of the improvements along Seacliff Drive are noted here. It would primarily be some signage to help reduce the traffic based on Federal Highway Administration studies. It could reduce the speeds for up to 5 miles per hour. And then it could also reduce the frequency of drivers traveling greater than 15 miles per hour. That could be dropped by 30%. Items 1 through 3 were included as a direct result of public comment during the EIR process back in 2018. And then 4 and 5 were added by the applicant as a result of the comments from the EIR. So the DRB did make a recommendation. The project was considered on March 9th and 23rd. They did make the following comments. And on March 23rd, they voted to approve. They voted to recommend approval of the project with additional conditions. Similarly, on April 21st of this year, the Planning Commission also voted to recommend approval of the project with an additional condition that the plan include a marker for the future restroom at the Crest Trail staging area, and that's included in condition of approval number 63. So for the EIR addendum, originally in 2018, there were 193 condo units, and now what's being proposed is 76 single family homes. Here's a brief summary of the changes from the original project. So there's 76 single family homes, a removal of the 200 condos, a change in 54,000 square feet from the square footage in 2018 to the 22 amended project. The height is also dropping from 40 to 50 feet to 30 feet. There would not be a clubhouse or a rec center. There's a change in 6,000 for the open space. And there's no change in the site area. There's a little bit more bioretention area, about 970 square feet, and 32,600 less cubic yards of fill. So the proposed quarry redesign, residential project redesign, would not cause any new significant impacts There's also no mitigation measures that would be necessary to reduce any significant impacts. No changes in circumstances assumed since the 2018 EIR. No new information, and so therefore the addendum is appropriate and a subsequent EIR is not required. So as mentioned in the beginning, staff's recommendation is to adopt a resolution certifying the addendum to the 2018 EIR and adopting the MMRP and approving a major amendment to the previously approved planned area plan, a density bonus for the purpose of requesting waivers to certain development standards, a vesting tentative map, and the design review for the quarry residential project redesign subject to 63 conditions of approval.
Okay, before we go to questions from council members, I'm going to need a motion to suspend the rules and continue this project.
I'll make a motion to suspend the rules until the end of this item.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Willis, second by McLaughlin. Let's call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
And Mayor Butt?
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, so are there questions from council members? Councilmember Jimenez, you have a question?
Yeah, I have some questions. My first question is, what are the why is the developer changing the density in the project? What are the reasons that they have?
Councilmember Jimenez, we can definitely ask Mr. Manley or Marcia Valier to respond to that. But what we understand is they marketed and tried to build the multifamily development for multiple years and were unable to do so. And with COVID, they feel the market demands have changed.
So kind of like what the Terminal 1 folks are saying as well?
I can't speak to, they are different product types, but I think the Terminal 1 is a lot higher and had other site issues, but yes, they're both experiencing changes in the market.
Okay. Do you have the information about the pro forma from the, like, how much the city will get from the last project and different with this project?
Well, a pro forma is not part of our submittal requirements for planning review, but Mr. Manley, I don't know if you have information regarding the property tax benefit. I think in terms of the units, I mean, the impact fees will be similar since it's at a higher rate for single family than it is for multifamily. So
before we start asking questions to Mr. Manley, why don't we stick to staff answers, and then when Mr. Manley makes his presentation, council members can ask those questions, okay?
Point of information, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry, say again?
Point of information.
Well, yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to ask the city attorney. This project is immediately adjacent to where I reside. Although I support the project, I think it's a good project. I have no financial interest in the project. And the question is, should I recluse myself? It's almost 200, maybe 100 yards from where I reside. So Mr. Dave, what's your opinion about me participating and voting?
If you're within 500 feet, I think you should not participate.
Well, I don't have a ruler to go out and check whether it's 500 or 600 feet. So I'll just, well, I'll just recuse myself.
You got to take the steps with your shoes, Mr. Bates.
It's late, and I don't have a ruler to go out and try to figure out 500 feet what it represents. But anyway, I'll just recuse myself for the protection of not violating the Brown Act, because I know URPA will probably nail me if I don't. So I'll recuse myself.
So this is a public hearing, and we have special rules to go by. And so the first thing is a staff report. We've done that. The second part is questions to staff from city council members. The third part is the public hearing is opened. And then the proponent and the main person opposing it then get, is it 10 minutes, Madam Clerk?
Minutes, and then 2 minutes for rebuttal. Is this an appeal?
This is it's a public hearing.
Yes, just a public hearing.
Yeah.
So, no, it's a staff report, questions from the council, open for public hearing, and public speakers. Then you close the public hearing, clarification for questions.
Okay, so if so, I assume that the project applicant is going to testify, and at that time, council members can ask him questions. So let's stick to staff right now.
Okay, I wanted to find out.
Councilmember Jimenez, point of order, yeah. But it sounded like the city attorney was saying that that only occurs when there's an appeal.
Right.
Well, it's a public hearing. It says it's a public hearing, and we.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, what I believe in city clerk, please correct me if I'm wrong. What we're trying to convey is during a public hearing, there is no opportunity for the filer or the opponent to speak.
I understand that. We're not going to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying that there is an opportunity for anybody to speak, and presumably the applicant will speak. And when he speaks, city council members have an opportunity to ask him questions.
Sounds like we're on the same page, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Okay, can I finish my last question?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so Lena, in terms of community benefit agreements, they are changing this in a significant way. Is there any conversation about what additional community benefits agreement will get to this, the city will get?
Yes, so the project is not subject to the community benefits ordinance since there is no development agreement or the city is not selling the property. However, I think, with more time, we would have described additional amenities, but the project will be making safety improvements to Seacliff Drive, specifically responding to concerns by area residents related to existing speeding, not as a result of the project. In addition, they've agreed to fund the improvements and enhancements of a staging area for the Crest Trail. They will also be upgrading the Bay Trail adjacent to their property to meet current standards, which would include landscaping and a DG shoulder adjacent to the property. So they are making some significant improvements in the area. I think they've also agreed to help fund a potential connection between canal and railroad for fire egress in case there's trains blocking a secondary access point, if easements could be obtained.
Thank you.
Are you through, Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, for now. I will have more later.
All right. Councilmember Vice Mayor Martinez, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to get an understanding of how this density bonus works. Aren't they reducing the number of housing here?
They are reducing the number of units that were previously approved. However, they're still within the range of the medium density residential for the general plan land use. The way the density bonus works is you can seek waivers, which are similar to exceptions to development standards, in order to enable the project. And I'll let the city attorney opine, but it's our understanding that those waivers cannot be denied.
So is that true? I mean, I don't know. It just seems counterintuitive to lower housing and get density bonus.
Yeah, they are not seeking the density bonus to add additional units. They're seeking the density bonus for the purpose of obtaining waivers to certain development standards to enable the density.
And in what ways would that work?
So specifically as it relates to this project, the minimum density or the minimum lot width is 50 feet. They can't, in order to achieve the density they've proposed, they need to have a reduced lot width. So it will be less than 50 feet. So in order to achieve the density they needed to get waivers. And it's the same with the side yard setbacks, rear setbacks, and front setbacks. Is obtaining these waivers helps them achieve the number of units they've proposed.
So they haven't drawn out plans. We don't know what the size of the lots will be with this density waiver.
We do. We have a range of lot sizes. Roberta, do you recall what the lot size range is?
They're about 2,000 to 3,000, about 3,000 square feet. And then I do also want to clarify that what allows the project to be eligible under the state bonus density law is that they're providing 10% affordable units. And so because they're providing that 10%, they are eligible for those waivers to the setbacks, to the minimum lot size, and those waivers.
Is there any way we could increase the amount of affordable?
That would be up to the developer. The requirement is the 10% and they're meeting that.
Okay, I might have some questions later. That's it for now.
Other questions from council members? I had a couple myself. I'm trying to figure out the numbers on this. So the original project was 200 units on 18.4 acres. Is that right?
Yes, it was up to 200. I think what they ended up finally designing and getting approved was 193.
Okay, well, let me redo my math. I didn't see that one. So if you divide 193 by 18.4 acres, you get, wait a minute, let me do this again. So that's almost 10 units per acre. It's 9.94. So the original project was about 10 units per acre. Now the project has shrunk to 76 units. So if you take 76 units and divide them by 18, if you take 76 units and divide by 18.4, you get 4.16 dwelling units per acre. So how does staff come up with the number 12 dwelling units per acre?
Yeah, so that's a good question, Mayor. So the overall project was 18.4 acres, but only a portion was zoned for development. The remainder of the site was zoned open space. So the density is only for the portion that is zoned planned area. And I believe that was 6.3 6.3 acres.
So when they were talking about 193 units, that would have been on 6.3 acres, right? So that's 30.63 dwelling units per acre. So this project has actually gone down from over 30 dwelling units per acre to about 10, a little over 10 dwelling units per acre, right?
Yeah, we have it at about 12, yes.
Okay. And what is the proposed selling price of these units? The market rate units.
Mr. Manley, can you answer that question?
If you guys don't know it, I'll ask Mr. Manley when he comes up. So do you guys know what that is? Staff I'm talking about?
We do not.
Okay. Okay, any other questions from council members? Okay, at this time, I will open the public hearing and I will ask the city attorney to call any public speakers.
City clerk.
I mean the city clerk.
We currently have 2 hands raised. John
It's about 2 o'clock in the morning where I am now, so I'm kind of losing it. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Go ahead.
Okay, so we've got 2 speakers, John Dalrymple and Lisa Johnson. John Dalrymple, you may begin.
Hi, thank you, Mayor and Council. John Dalrymple, representing about 150 electricians, plumbers, sprinkler fitters, and sheet metal workers in Richmond. I first met the developer about 4 years ago, where they agreed to hire local, use apprentices on this project, and pay family supporting wages in the construction of the project. And for 4 years, I have had many meetings with them, with potential investment partners. We've met with a modular builder, because at one point they were looking at modular, all in the effort to figure out how to build what they committed to build. And I share with the council disappointment on the density. We'd love to see the 193 units being built. But I have to share with you that I've watched through this journey, and one of my function working with my clients, there's about 30 jurisdictions, closer to about 40 or 50 jurisdictions. I track every residential project over 100 units. When it gets an application, when it gets built. And I can tell you right now, it's very, very challenging. The numbers just don't work. In this case, for the developer, the numbers just didn't work for what they promised at this time for the kind of market that's out there. And I think they're being authentic about this. It's not an effort to get higher profits in terms of their investment. They have tried everything to get this built. They've reached out to a number of different partners with different ideas on how to finance it. And again, they've looked at modular. So I think they've made their absolute best effort. And I'm urging you to go to vote with the recommendation of the Planning Commission and then recommendation from staff and approve this project. Now, this kind of housing that's going to be built there, for our members, once they become an apprentice, you have 2 middle-class salaries and a Richmond family. They're looking for newer housing stock. They want to stay. If they want to stay in Richmond, this is the kind of housing that they're going to be looking to have. And we need all sorts of housing. We certainly need a lot more affordable housing that lower middle-class families can afford. But we need this type of housing too. And I want to remind folks, we will have 2 10 below market single-family homes. So again, I've been through this journey with this developer. It's one of the most transparent developers I've ever worked with, and I sought out partners for them to help try to get this built that I thought might be able to deliver what this council would want in terms of density, but it simply does not work now with the pricing, the material costs for construction, and the sort of changing nature of the market. So again, I'd urge you to support the approval of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you may begin.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members and staff. I just want to call in support of this particular project. I participated in all the design review boards and the planning commission meeting, and this dates back to 2016 when I was previously trying to get an emergency vehicle access route developed for the community to help with police and fire and ambulances having timely access out here for all of the people in Brickyard Cove, as well as all of the businesses along Canal Boulevard and the port. If you live out here, you know that trains constantly block Canal and Cutting for many times up to 30 minutes. And if we ever have the tunnel closed down for 7 months or more, like happened in 2013, or if the police or a fire can't get over Western Drive for some construction issue, we're technically in very bad situation over here, and we can't get fire and police here. And so there is a pretty simple solution for if trains are blocking Canal and Cutting, and the developer kindly agreed to contribute up to 50% up to $15,000 to cover the cost of a gate and emergency restricted access if we can get an agreement with Wareham Development for an easement to that property. So I appreciate that his willingness to listen to the community and offer this concession and to pay for that much. And I've agreed to do the rest of the fundraising, and we're trying to have those conversations right now with the developer to get the city the approved access that would be restricted for public service vehicles only and not the public. So I urge you to support this project and consider the safety of the residents and the businesses over here. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Okay, so the developer didn't want to speak?
When did I say that?
He has his hand up. He was just a panelist.
Okay, maybe he'd like to go. Why don't you go ahead, Mr. Manley?
Thank you. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, we can hear you.
Mayor and members of the council, thanks for this opportunity to speak to you about the quarry project. I'll be extremely brief. We're seeking approval for 76 units. It's a conforming zoning. We will build our 10% moderate affordable homes, which allows us some of the waivers under the density bonus law. As Mr. Dalrymple shared with you, we've been working hand in glove with labor since we tried for the last 4 years on the multifamily front. We have not retraded or backed up one bit on that agreement, and the PLA stays in place. We are providing about $1.1 to $1.2 million of offsite community benefit in the form of Bay Trail improvements, Bay Trail extension improvements, the staging or parking area at the base of the Crest Trail, reconstruction and revegetation of the area between the project and the parking area that we're building. Track did a pretty good job advocating for the community. I will give old Bruce that. With regard to property taxes, right now the property taxes are $35,000 a year. Upon build out of this project, it'll be $1,035,000 a year. Our calculation is about $250,000 of that goes to Richmond, the balance going to schools, BART, and East Bay Regional Parks, and so on. I certainly understand the disappointment in the density. Nobody wanted it more than us. I mean, 4 years ago, we fought a little bit with the neighbors over the number of units, and the folks out at the point weren't real happy with it from a traffic standpoint. I mean, we tried our best, and we literally didn't get one bona fide capital partner, joint venture partner, or potential buyer among Bay Area developers. And we went in strategically into Sacramento thinking that perhaps somebody that was a little bit out of market. Just didn't work. Construction costs for multifamily are almost 50% higher due to code and issues with common walls and sales price and rents are about 30% lower, and it just breaks it. So we're real proud of the project that we're proposing. We've worked hard for the last 9 months. We've got neighborhood support, we got labor support, we've got DRB recommendation of approval, staff recommendation of approval, planning commission recommendation of approval, and we respectfully request that you pass us along with a yes vote tonight. And I'll stop there, Mayor.
Okay, I think some of you had some questions for him. Claudia, go ahead.
Yeah, I think one of the things is how in property taxes, what is the what will be with the project before the 193 versus the project that you are talking about right now? What will be the difference?
Well, there are no property taxes with the project we were talking about before. The project before is infeasible. It's not going to get built. But I have a colleague that is listening to this. Steve, if you want to calculate that number and text it to me, I can share it with the councilwoman.
And what do you think is infeasible, the other project?
What's infeasible? Well,
Yeah.
we just spent about 15 minutes talking about it. The cost of construction for multifamily is significantly higher, up to 50% higher than single family housing. And in Richmond, the value of multifamily attached is about 30% lower than detached. And those are the construction cost facts. And Mr. Dalrymple from the union spoke to that pretty directly. But lastly, and the most important thing is the market. For 4 years, we are out in the marketplace talking to every multifamily developer in the East Bay and going inland into Vacaville and Sacramento, and we could not attract one multifamily builder to this site with the current construction cost and the current sales price scenario.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that information. I wanted to ask you for you to have opportunity to say it, because here we are. This is not we just have another project that is also doing that. But here we are fighting for a project in Point Molarin that was going to build 1,452 units, saying that they were going to build it, and you are saying, well, it's impossible right now because the condition of the market and the prices. So when John mentioned he in his public comment, he said the number just doesn't work for this project. But at the same time, he was mentioning that I am from Point Molarin. So just kind of like seeing that here,
well, let me try and make let me try to make a little sense out of that for you. Terminal 1 and Point Molarin are waterfront sites. They have nothing obstructing their views. They are entirely different real estate than this quarry site. You know, if everybody remembers, before we bought it, it was known as the Bottoms Quarry. It was a blight. Had we proposed 76 units 4 years ago, I think everybody would have been ecstatic about getting anybody to do anything on that site. The economics of a Point Molarin or the economics of a Terminal 1 are entirely different than this site that essentially overlooks, the oil tanks and the port, and that's reflected in sales price.
Yeah, no, but Terminal 1 is also saying the same thing, because the prices are really high and the construction cost is really high. So it's also it's a reality in all.
Well, you guys, the city still owns that property, so you've got
yeah, no. About that. I know. So somebody mentioned about this gate and kind of like row, because if, for instance, the tunnel get closed, yeah, then it won't be access to it. would you be amenable to help to fund that so the people don't have to fundraise for what is needed, and we will get that as a part of the community, a benefit for the community adding to?
Yeah, Ms. Johnson just spoke to that. We agreed to fund 50% of the cost up to, she estimated it was going to be 25 or 30,000.
No, I'm just saying that if you can fund it 100%.
Well, how are you feeling about my project?
I am feeling about, well, I just want to get you to commit to more things before I say how I am feeling. Because I think like, kind of like having Mr. Johnson to do fundraising for something like that, I think like maybe it will be great for you to do that.
Yeah, I think if the project goes forward, we could see our way clear to going up. Look, I'm not gonna make an agreement to an unlimited. You know, somebody's going to come back and say, "Oh, we figured it out, and it's $300,000 or something." But I would, if the project gets approved, we would go up to the 25,000, which is what I think she had estimated the cost to be.
Well, it's about like the 100%, so people can get the entrance.
Yeah, but I've got to fix a dollar on it, ma'am, because I have no control over design. To be candid with you, I don't even really know what they're talking about. But Ms. Johnson is passionate about it, and she's got an idea, and I think there's some easements required. She thought the number was around 25 or 30,000. She asked if we would contribute, and I agreed to it. But now you asked me to contribute more, and if the project gets approved, I suppose I could agree to contribute more.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's see, who's next? I thought I saw Vice Mayor's hand up, but no. Okay, so I have some questions. So what is, assuming this project is approved, how long will it be, do you think, before units are actually ready to be sold?
There will be plans getting processed immediately. As much as there was an utter lack of interest for multifamily, we have multiple local builders that we're in joint venture discussions with right now.
Well, what are you talking about? A year or 2 years?
No. We will go as fast as the city will process plans. Well, I mean, I think that this thing could break ground. I mean, we've got a good deal of the engineering done. I think this project could break ground in the first half of 2023, and it's not that big of a site. I think house construction could be 12 to 15 months.
Okay, and what is your projected sales price for the? I see the size of these units varies from 2,068 to 3,801 square feet. So for the market rate units, what is your projected sales price?
About 800,000, probably about 775 to about $1 million. And
Okay.
the below market rate units would be about 500, or pardon me, 500. Would
it surprise you that I just looked up three websites that track housing prices in Richmond: Redfin, Zillow, and Rocket Homes.
Yep.
And all of them right now show they show an average sales price of around $800,000 right now. And one of them breaks it down into dollars per square feet.
Yep.
And it comes up with a projection of, it comes up right, I'm talking about right now, $558 per square foot. So if you took the 2,068 square foot unit and multiplied it by 558, you get 1,154,000. The 3,801 square foot unit, you get you get $2.1 million. So I guess I'm puzzled because you're projecting a sales price of around 800,000.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I think I can clear that up for you.
Well,
You're multiplying it by the square footage of the lot, not the square footage.
No, I'm multiplying by the square footage of the house.
Well, no, I know what the house square footage is.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe I got, all right, what's the house square footage?
1645 to 1840.
1635 to 1830. So at the top end, thank you for correcting that. I got that off the staff report. So 18. Well, that's over. So that's over $1 million. So I guess what I'm suggesting is that maybe you've shortchanged yourself on how much you can sell these for, because you're going to sell them. You already said it's going to be over a year from now. So you add inflation to that. So you're well over $1 million. And, you know, and you're kind of poor mouthing about how you can't afford to build anything in Richmond and that sort of thing. So, and then I was going to ask you about this thing that Councilmember Johnson suggested. I don't understand quite what that is, but is that a cut through to avoid the train? Is that what that's about? Was that Johnson that brought that up? Is that right, Councilmember Johnson?
No, that was Lisa. That was Lisa Johnson, not Councilmember Johnson.
I'm sorry.
That was Lisa Johnson, not Councilmember Johnson.
Oh, well, who was it that brought up the cut through or something?
Lisa Johnson.
No, but it's also Lina Velasquez mentioned that.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, it was public comment.
Well, does anybody know where that is?
Yes, so it's just where the Wareham properties are.
Have you talked to Wareham about that?
No, I believe Ms. Johnson is working on reaching out to them.
Well, I can tell you that I've been around a long time, and when the Wareham project was approved, when it was submitted, the neighbors actually asked the city council to put a condition in there where a cut through would be provided, and Wareham said no. And the council member, the city council supported that. Council member Bates is not here, but he can verify that. So I just want to point out that I don't think that's going to happen. And then I guess just to conclude, I guess I'm through with my questions for Mr. Manley. So I'll bring up my conclusions later on. So if nobody has any other questions for him, and there are no more public speakers, I will close the public hearing. And at this time, I will entertain any final questions or comments from city council members. Are there any? I don't see any, but I will comment that I'm not going to support this project for several reasons. One is I think the economics of it are false. I'm actually getting tired of developers coming to Richmond and telling us that Richmond is so poor and that the amount of money houses sell for is so low, they can't afford to build anything nice. I can tell you that within the month, a house sold just down the street from me in Point Richmond, no view, less than 1,200 square feet. It sold for $1.1 million. No parking too. No parking, no view, $1.1 million. And yet developers keep coming in and saying, oh, people won't pay the prices in Richmond. The market won't support it. We can't do it. You know, we got to build a really ugly project. And then speaking of the ugly project, if you looked at this project, look at the elevations of the buildings. All you see is garages. The whole first floor is nothing but a 2-car garage that takes up almost the whole width of the building. It's the ugliest thing you've ever seen. Look at the site plan. These units have no front yard. They have no backyard. They have no amenities. There's no open space except the hillside up behind it that's unusable. I mean, this plan is just garbage, and I'm not going to support it. The one that came before was a pretty nice plan, and I thought it was, I encouraged it. But this plan is just it's just a total loss. So if there aren't any more comments from council members, I guess I'm looking for a motion.
I'll move to approve the project.
Okay, we have a motion to approve it by Willis. Is there a second?
Second.
A second by Johnson. Okay, let's call for the vote.
Councilmember Bates has recused himself. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez?
No, I think the changes are so extreme that I need more time to consider how it impacts everything.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
And Mayor Butt?
No.
The motion passes with Vice Mayor Martinez and Mayor Butt voting no, and Councilmember Bates is absent.
Okay, I think that concludes our agenda tonight. And I was asked by the city clerk if we could adjourn in memory of the 20 persons, 19 school kids and one teacher who was killed down in Texas today, and we will do so. And with
Councilmember Bates had an adjournment request too. He announced at the
well, he already gave it. Did you get a note of that, city clerk?
Yes, we did.
Okay. So unless nobody else has one, Councilmember Jimenez, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that I received the petition from the neighbors in District 6 about petition for solving the donut site at Barrett and Key Boulevard, and to have some engineering solutions there. We will be talking about these when the local safety road plan is going to be presented.
Okay, with that, we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.